I am Dr. Yasapa. It's good to be back online. Uh, I've been quite busy. That's why you guys haven't seen me over the last couple of months. I've been working on other projects. And, but anyway, I'm here. I decided to take some time off uh, and do this live stream. It's unplanned. Um, but anyway, I felt the urge to do it. So here I am. Here I is. And if you come from, if you're an American from North America, you know exactly what that means. That's very cultural, right? Okay, so we left off on the, we're still in the Celestial Ship of the North. The author is Emma Valencia Strayton. Okay, so this is volume one, scholars. Volume one. Uh, Let me make this very clear. The purpose of, uh, I'll give you context. I got into teaching publicly the astrotheology at the request of students, scholars in a class that I used to teach. This was about 3 years ago when I was in Mexico. Um, but anyway, I decided to do that. And of course, of course, people may say that they want to learn something, but if they're not, I guess, mentally prepared for it, uh, then they reject it. And so that's kind of what happened. So that the class fell apart. The class. So none of the students eventually went their own separate ways. Um, and that's totally understandable, right? Because you are where you are, and everyone's on their own path, their own journey um, in this realm. But anyway, I continue to teach it publicly. Um, for whatever reason, I don't know. It's just that's what I knew I should do, and so I continue. And uh, the reason why that came up is because you cannot understand. It is impossible. Let me make this clear. It is impossible. It is an impossibility to comprehend the old covenant and the new covenant without the context, which is astrology. Now, that's just it. Now, the mythology also traces back to the mythology, but the mythology is prior to or before the religious stuff or the religiosity. Okay, so the mythology is before the religion, and there's a role for the mythology. The mythology initially, initially was to teach the underlying principles that govern the universe. That was the purpose. In other words, it was a teaching tool uh, that was based upon metaphors and stories. So why is this? Why would they choose to do that? Well, for one, people remember stories much easier than they remember facts. Okay, stories can have continuity, connectivity, synergy, visual images. Okay, guys? So this makes it easier to remember and comprehend even for young, immature brains and minds. In other words, you can teach it to children, and the story opens up like a flower, so they have one understanding. Like when you were little, you watched the cartoons, right? You have a understanding of a child your age. But as you get older, you see that there's more in the cartoons that you never saw when you were a child. And it's the same way with the stories or the mythology, okay? And there was no evil in them. Now, it's not my opinion, and I'm not being nostalgic and all of that. No, I'm talking about what the writers have said who researched this stuff, okay? So there was no evil, no wickedness at all in these stories. They were just purely teaching tools to teach the circumpolar zodiac, to teach the universe, and everything from law to medicine to all of the physical sciences to psychology to physics and the underlying uh, principles or laws that govern everything in the physical realm. Also, consciousness. I'm referring to the Hermetic laws. Were taught using mythology. Okay? Period. And this is for an unquantifiable, in other words, an uncountable, unknowable number of years. So someone may say, well, how are you calculating a year? And I would say, excellent question. Excellent question. Okay? Why? Because our ancestors reckon time, we reckon time stellarly by the stars. Okay, now the SUN sun is a star, but that's not the star we reckon time by. That's not the star we reckon reality by. Okay, keep that in mind. So now let me go back to where I started, which is why I'm doing this. I want to clarify this. So now that's the case with the original stories. Okay, however, in more recent history, somewhere around the introduction or the human human pharaohs came on the scene. Now it is said that it started with Pharaoh's Menes, but Menes has a different name that he was called by the Kemetic people. So we're looking at somewhere around 4,500. I'm approximating BC, okay, BC, before the Common Era. So he's supposed to be the first human pharaoh. And that's the thumbnail. That's a picture of Minnie's, that thumbnail that I put on this video. Okay, he has on the hair gear or the crown, and it's supposed to be two feathers. And if I remember correctly, according to the story of the historians, the two feathers represent Upper and Lower Egypt. Okay, or North and South. Okay, or up Nubia and Kemet or Egypt. That's according to the story, right? But astrologically, those two feathers would represent the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole. Why? Because Egypt above and Egypt below. Celestially. Celestially. So where are we getting this from? Well, what you're going to find in the circumpolar zodiac is that at both poles, the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole, you guys can just imagine that there are two dragons, right? There's Hydra and the name escapes me, but it'll come to me. Okay, so these represent the Great Mother. Okay, and it's the principle, the Hermetic principle of as above, so below, or the principle of correspondence. Okay, all right, and then this becomes If you draw a line from the north to the south, it becomes the tree of life that has become popularized in Judaism. Okay, but that traces back to the circumpolar zodiac, which are the Aboriginal people or the original people who are sprung from the soil. So I've talked about this a lot. I don't know if I should. I'm not going to go into it now unless someone puts it in the comment section that you guys want me to discuss that. But these are the Sabian Moors, who are also called Moabites, Kemites, Israelites, the whole nine yards. Okay. The point is, the original people sprung from the soil. Why? Why? Because land, all things of value, all things of value come from the land, come from the soil. That's where that principle comes from. Because the original people, having a stellar origin, enter into the physical plane through the celestial womb, which today is called the Big and Little Dipper, or the in ancient times the Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Ursa Major, specifically the thigh of the Great Bear. So that's the celestial womb. They come through that. They come through that and crystallize or precipitate into the physical realm after interacting with the soil. I want to understand, after interacting with the soil, they become clothed in flesh. And so you see someone who looks like me or someone who looks like you. Okay? So pure consciousness, pure consciousness, the seven hermetic laws that are through the hermetic principle or law of vibration, interaction with the soil, with the land, and through the hermetic principle of vibration, which is Soot, the dog star. Also, so would be in the Sirius constellation, right? The dog star. Okay, causes the vibration, and then you see the consciousness um, in flesh. Okay, so all things that are in the physical world become physical through the hermetic law of vibration, which is Set the dog star, who becomes, well, not that's the wrong, not who becomes, but who gets remixed into Saturn, the planet Saturn. Saturn gets remixed into the deity Sabaoth, and then eventually uh, in religion gets remixed into Shabbat or Sabbath. Okay, the Sabbath that you see in the Old Testament. Let me go back. I forgot to mention something important. Soot the dog star gets remixed into Sabbath. Okay, then he gets remixed into Satan, and also Sabaoth and Sabbath. Now that's just the fact. But this is during this was done by the solar rites. Okay, it was done by the solar rites. Is it clear? All right. So anyway, let's just make that clear. So what we find and what I came to discover, and why I'm doing this is because I've come to realize that there are jurisdictions, two jurisdictions, one real and one a remake, a a a knockoff, like a knockoff Gucci or a knockoff Prada or any of the brands that you usually will see as a knockoff. Okay, so what am I talking about? So what is a jurisdiction? Jurisdiction is a source of authority, right? A source of authority. It's a source of authority. So is it a language? Yes, it is a language. It's not a location. It's not a geographical area. That's the point. That's the point. So what are the two jurisdictions? Which one is real and which one is a fake knockoff? What's the deal with a knockoff, y'all? A knockoff is only real to you if you don't know what the real McCoy is and how to distinguish it from a knockoff or how to verify that it's real. So how would you do that? Well, you'd have to have some knowledge about the materials and craftsmanship that are used to build or craft the real product, right? What materials are used? Well, they would be the highest quality, right, for that particular product. So you'd have to have some knowledge about that. What's the craftsmanship? Are are the stitches handmade? Are they using glue or not? What's the direction or orientation of the stitches? What kind of thread is used? What kind of leather is used? So all of these things. And if you know these things, if you see a knockoff, you'll know immediately that it is a knockoff, right? And you won't be fooled. Well, it's the same thing with the two jurisdictions. If you know how to identify the true jurisdiction, meaning the authentic source of authority to make law, which would be the legislative power, to interpret law, and to execute law. These are the three branches of government, right, guys? Right? The legislative, or the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government. So if you know that, you're not going to be fooled, correct? And if you are in a jurisdiction that you don't belong in, then you are still still under the protection of, which means you are obligated to submit to their jurisdiction, okay, to their law language. Everyone understand that? So that's a term that's used in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the Empire of Morocco uh, and the United States of North America. All right, so that was very, very popular phrase in the 1700s, 1800s, 1600s, 1500s, etc. Okay, and that was the one of the primary ways that I found in my research that the Moors were brought down, that they were stripped from their birthright. Why? Because they did not understand that they had been placed in a different jurisdiction. Maybe some of them did it on their own. But what the US did, and probably France and the others too, would put, without them knowing, put the Moors, individual Moors, men and women, of course, probably children too, under their protection through various means without their knowing, and then pulled them into one of their supposedly courts, and then enforced their law language, their jurisdiction on them. Okay, so let me show y'all something. I'm going to get back to the topic that we're on right now. So this is I'm going to show you a book that I'm writing. Uh, some of you who may be watching, I've already sent you a draft of this several months ago, but the book has been significantly updated since then. It's not ready for publication yet, but I go through these topics here. So take a look at this. This is the Ijaza Restoration Project. All right, so the Ijaza Restoration Project. All right, the legal and educational framework. Uh, but like I said, it's not finished yet. But I'm going to publish it very soon. And I go through these kinds of issues. Okay, y'all? So, and this is all based on research, all based on research. So, anyway, so the US, uh, US citizens, through, and I want to make something clear too, US citizens, well, let me not say, let me rephrase that. What you, when I say US citizens in terms that during that period, uh, were state citizens. Okay, these were citizens of whatever states. Okay, so at that time they were still state citizens, not federal, not the federal U.S. 14th Amendment citizen, but they were acting on behalf of the federal government. And when you see in the treaty, it'll talk about U.S. citizens. It's talking about the state citizen, not the 14th Amendment citizen. So let me make that clear. So what they would do through the consular court venue, which is Article 20, so they would pervert it, use it in a predatory way, and secretly place Moors under U.S. protection. So these would be Moors who engaged in trade with them and other forms of commercial activity, or not even commercial activity. You have something they want, and they just come and claim that you're under their protection. They don't tell you anything. They take it and lock you up, or do whatever else they want to do with you, kind of like what they do today. So this is how they did that, and I was able to uncover this. Okay, that's one of the main ways, mechanisms. Let me use that we were stripped of our birthright, which would include uh, our property, our liberty, our freedom, our land, our inheritances, everything. Okay? Through the perversion or the predatory use of the consular court by U.S. citizens. Okay? That's one of the ways they did it. And so I have this information here. Okay, I have it here. So as you can see, the jurisdiction is a big issue. So it's not just jurisdiction as we look at it today. No, it's not just that, because the Judeo Christian legal system traces its authority back to the SUN Son. Think about what that means. Let me repeat that. The Judeo Christian legal system, the Western legal system, traces its authority. In other words, its right, its sovereign right to make law and enforce law and interpret law back to the Son, the SUN Son. And so this would be what, y'all? This would be what? This would be the solar zodiac. The solar zodiac. So now this takes us into astrology and theology, right? Astrology, ancient times, was synonymous with astronomy. I want you guys to think, don't just listen to me, think. So, what do we do with this information? So, astrotheology has its origin in the solar zodiac. This is why across all religions, across all land masses, you see unity, you see, uh, can I say, symmetry of these stories. There is a virgin mother and her son. Most prominent now is the Roman Catholic Church, the Virgin Mother and her son, the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ. Does anyone deny that? There's also Mithra and there's also Krishna. All of these are solar religions. In other words, religions where the deity is the SUN Son. Secretly, secretly, for those who were invited to become perfect men, meaning that they were invited into the secret societies, let's say Freemasonry, as one example, and then they go up through the different degrees, and then they learn, not learn, but they are given the knowledge. You see, they're given the knowledge that these Bible characters and stories are remixes. I'm not saying there's no truth in them, but they are remixes of celestial phenomena, specifically the sun, the SUN Sun being the center and everything else revolving around it, right? The planets revolving around the sun and the sun being the center of everything, right? And then the sun is the SUN Sun, who is also the SON Sun. And without the sun, nothing can survive on Earth, right? And the sun and the moon governs life on Earth. Okay, and so all of the dynamics about that, if you know astrology, astrotheology, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so the sun being the source of life required to sustain life on Earth is the Son and the Father. Okay, so this is the source of authority, of law in the solar zodiac. But let me just say it one more again. That means one more time. If you don't know what that's a famous idiom amongst my people. Okay, so all of the major religions, their sun, son, traces back to the Sun. Doesn't matter what landmass you're on planet Earth, it will always trace back to the sun. And the sun, like I said, is God. So who is God? For the Solarites, it's YHWH, right? Or it's Ra, and Ra is a class of deities. So Amun Ra, Amun Ra. And that's a whole long story. It's Baal, Baal. It's all of these solar deities. It's Jupiter. Hold on. I think I need to get a new pair of glasses. It's Jupiter, Jupiter. It goes on and on. Okay, so I'm not going to go through that because that's going to take me way, way off topic. But my point is, that's the present day source of authority. Okay, the present day source of authority, and it was put in place through warfare, through deception, through intimidation, through birthright theft. What does that mean? That means all of the dynastic pharaohs, the human dynastic pharaohs, are not who and what you thought they are. And your relationship to them are not what you have been taught or imagined that relationship is. Okay? It is not. It came in, like I said, through violence, warfare, and deception. Specifically, the extermination of their own mother and brothers and sisters. So no matter how much nostalgia you want to have for them, it does not change who they were and that they put your and my ancestors in bondage. And they put them in bondage and robbed them of their birthright. Period. Okay, that's just what it is. Now, what's the uh, true jurisdiction? Well, it's the circumpolar jurisdiction or the stellar jurisdiction. Okay, it is the stellar uh, reckoning of time and reality, and the natural law of don't injure anyone. Stated differently, do no harm. Stated differently, don't steal. Okay, that's the real, true jurisdiction and source of authority. So let's get more specific. All right, let's see what's happening. Okay, if y'all have any questions, put them in the comment section, and I'll attempt to answer if I'm able. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And why is this even important? Why is it even important? Let me share something with you. Okay, this is in the Celestial Ship of the North, page 32. Y'all read that. Take a screenshot. Let me read this. I'm going to go to page 32 and read it, but this is from my notes. So, scholars, it is very important that you develop the habit of taking margin notes, header and footer notes. Okay, uh, you don't have to remember everything, but they become very useful as a guide to you being able to find information in your books. Okay, which means that your study becomes more efficient, meaning that you learn more faster. Okay, so page 32. Here's what it's going to say. Blacks, they already denationalized you, Moors, by calling you blacks. That's essentially a stateless person, a refugee, someone who has no birthright. No birthright, meaning you have no constitutional or treaty protections. Do you understand? Which means you become property in commerce, booty and prize, according to the treaty. Blacks cannot go to heaven because they have no soul. What does that mean? Let's look at that. They have no soul. Soul. Soul is a hidden way of saying SOL, which is Latin for sun, SUN. They have no soul, therefore are unsavable. Unsavable. That means you cannot be saved. There's no repentance for you, blacks. Let's continue. Page 32. This is why jurisdiction is important. Now y'all can deny it, reject it. That's up to you. It's not my business. All right. Only you know who you are. And what you're ready for, you will accept. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. So let's go read this. It's on page 32. Y'all take a look at this paragraph. Now remember, the context of this is why I'm teaching this, because my reason has changed from the time I started openly teaching the astrotheology. So let's read this paragraph. And this information must be put into the public for the Moors and for the others, okay? And for the others, but primarily for Moors. Here we go. The Negroes. See, you have been denationalized. This is how they were calling you. This book was published in 1927, I think. The Negroes, that is not a nation of people. That's a brand, actually a color, right? So there's no constitutional or treaty protections for brands and colors. The Negroes were thought to be sons, SONS, of the mythical Ham, who is Cam, Kam, a Hebrew derivative of the Egyptian god called Sevek Cronus. Did y'all understand that? A Hebrew derivative. That means that the Negro derives from. The Negro comes from a Hebrew derivative of the Egyptian god, lowercase God. The Negro is a god, according to what these people conceive of us. Hold on, y'all. Why is this? My glasses are hurting my nose. Um, the, so in Asia, the people are much smaller than me. It's very difficult for me to find clothes and glasses and anything because I'm so much bigger than the people here. And so those of you who travel internationally in Asia, you can relate to what I'm saying, right? All of my clothes I have to get tailor made and everything. Sometimes I just don't even want to go do it because, but that's a whole. Let me not get off topic. A Hebrew derivative of the Egyptian called Sebek Cronus. Who is Cronus? Sebek Cronus. Well, this traces back to Sut, Sut, the dog star in the south, who is the only begotten son of his mother. Doesn't that story sound familiar, y'all? In Christianity, who is the only begotten son? None other than Jesus, right? And this is the story across all of the solar religions. So here, the foreigner, the hybrid European, Europeans thought, thought. Okay, so in other words, according to the hybrid Europeans, the Negroes were the sons of the mythical Ham, who is Cam. Doesn't that sound familiar, y'all? Cam, Camite, Kemetic, a Hebrew derivative of the Egyptian god called Sebek Cronus. This is Sut, that is also Sirius. Sut, the dog star. A second, listen, a second phase of the SON son of the first mother. This is the great mother Typhoon, the great mother Hathor, who, listen, y'all, who, when he became planetary, in other words, Sut, the dog star, gets remixed, repackaged, and presented as a planet. Which planet? Saturn, who, when he became planetary, was Saturn, whose color is black. Black is synonymous with Negro. Saturn is Sut the dog star, the only begotten son of the great mother, who is also referred to as the Holy Spirit in religion, who is, hermetically speaking, when we talk about the laws that govern the universe, the great mother is the hermetic law of gender. The hermetic law of gender. Now, of course, gender is both masculine and feminine energy. The great mother is at the feminine end of that spectrum. So the great mother, let me take y'all through something, just give you context of what's happening here so you can see the significance of this as it relates to jurisdiction. The first hermetic law is mentalism. It is pure consciousness, pure awareness, pure imagination, pure bliss. It is both positive and negative energy, which would be masculine and feminine energy. Both are present, both are equally present. It is undifferentiated. Y'all understand that? The Hermetic law of gender organizes consciousness, organizes that intelligence into something or someone. Is that clear? It organizes, it transforms. okay, reproduces through the organization of consciousness into a crystal, into various types of rocks, into water, into all things physical, including me and you. Hold on. All right. Now, what else is happening? And then Sut, the dog star, adds vibration. So let's say that organized consciousness is then handed off to Sut, and Sut causes it to vibrate. This is the Hermetic law of vibration. So it vibrates, and through vibration, it becomes physical. Does everyone see what happened? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. But of course, it's the mother. Originally, it's the great mother and her only begotten son, and the Hermetic law of vibration that causes that organized consciousness to precipitate or condense or crystallize into physical things. Is it clear? So let's continue. So Sut becomes or is remixed into Sebek Cronus. Y'all should look up Cronus. A second phase of the SON sun. A second phase. That means he was remixed. Some story was added that wasn't part of the initial story. That's the point. A second phase. In other words, this is a knockoff. A Sebek Cronus story is a knockoff. It's an addition to or a replacement of Soot the dog star. A second phase of the son of the first mother, who, when he became planetary, was Saturn. So, yeah, this is saying, this is saying indirectly that there is no Saturn planet. Now, according to the Celestial Ship of the North, Gerald Macy, uh, but that's another story. I'll deal with the planets later. Let's try to stay on track. Okay, and of course, Saturn is black. Y'all ever wonder why you would see a certain group of people wearing all black? Maybe they have a circle hat on their head. Or when I was studying and doing my MBA, certain professors would wear all black. Every class they have on all black. The so-called judges and magistrates, they wear all black. It used to be a time when the ministers, the reverends, wore all black. The Catholic priest wore all black. People who graduated wore all black, and a square hat on their head, square, representing the four corners, which represents the circle. Okay, but that's another story. But that circle is the circle of the constellations revolving around the celestial or the heavenly throne, which is today Polaris, which is the last star in the handle of the Little Dipper. So remember the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper. This is the celestial womb where the original people come from. They come out of that womb and interact with the soil, um, as I just described, hermetically, hermetic law of mentalism, gender, and vibration. All right. So put two and two together and have an open mind, you know. Now let's continue. Astrologically, the planet Saturn is of the greatest importance to the Negro race today. Do y'all see what? Do you see that he's talking about, or she rather, is talking about property? They were talking about property, not a nation, not a nation. The author continues because it is Saturn indicates a bridging over. Saturn indicates a bridging over to a new condition. Oh, what kind of condition? Are they talking about a state of mind, a jurisdiction, a new state of mind? I remember this is one of the most powerful and significant things, in my opinion, that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali ever said. When I say prophet, I'm not talking about religion, though. And what he said was return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. Now that's synergistic with the Ten Commandments, right? Obey your ancient mothers and fathers, or however the Bible version words it that you're reading, but the same concept. Okay, so Saturn is a bridge. Now, what's important about a bridge? What is important about a bridge? Well, a bridge is something that you need to walk over, cross over to go from point A to point B. If you don't go over that bridge, you cannot interact with whatever you're going to do on point B. So, do we see bridge terminology in the treaty, the 1836 treaty that we talked about earlier? Absolutely, we see bridge term. The treaty itself is a bridge because no more, no more needs to have a treaty other than to be able to interact with foreigners. So the treaty itself is a bridge that empowers or enables Moors to interact with U.S. citizens through commerce and all other areas of activity of man and humans. It is a bridge. And what's the purpose of the bridge? To, to establish and retain peace. Now, why am I saying that? Because that's the context of the meaning of treaties of peace and friendship during that time period. Does everyone understand? So the treaty itself is a bridge because we don't need any of this amongst ourselves. Why? Because we are consciousness clothed in soil, right? And the maxim of law is land and law are inseparable. Y'all have heard me say this a million times, but I'm going to say it one more again. Land, this is a maxim of law. Land and law are inseparable. Therefore, land is the substance. That means the thing that makes it what it is. and subject matter. That means a topic, whatever topic we're dealing with. Land is the substance and subject matter of the law. Land and law are inseparable. Therefore, land is the substance and subject matter of the law. So, of course, go back into your Black's Law dictionary and you're going to see that Moors is a definition or one of the meanings of land. This is consistent with Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? Uh, YHWH or the deity. Remember, YHWH is the SUN, sun. But what I haven't told you yet is that YHWH is a knockoff of the Great Mother Typhoon. It is a knockoff, a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon. Okay, so this is where that authority, that fake authority comes from. Okay, so land and law are inseparable. Therefore, land is the substance and subject matter of the law. Moors and land are inseparable. Why? Because we're consciousness clothed in soil. Moors and land are inseparable. Therefore, Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law. That's why when you speak law, and anything you say can and will be held against you. That's why consent is necessary, because you're the gods. Because you are the law. Everyone understand? Now, someone raised the issue, oh, Moors in that case is lowercase m. And it's talking about Moors is land, right? Moors in that context. Well, it is hidden right in front of your eyes. So unless you have some knowledge about astrology and mythology, and the greatest place to get this information, guys, is The Devil's Pulpit by the Reverend Robert Taylor, who was a high level Freemason, like amongst the highest one or two, maybe one, two, or three at the time during his time. And he told the truth about all of this, and you can get it in The Devil's Pulpit. You can get also this information through Gerald Macy's works. And what you're going to find is how they use language, roots, bases, etc., in combination to build new words, like pieces of a puzzle. And then if you know the etymology and the philology, the mythology associated with these stories and these words, then you can crack the code of what that word actually means. And this is what they teach in the secret societies. Okay, so Moors, lowercase Moors, is no different than lowercase yhwh or uppercase yhwh. And you'll never see a reference to quote unquote white people where it's capitalized. It must be capitalized in order to refer to those who are classified as white. No, I've only seen it lowercase, but that's not the basis of that's just an example. It doesn't mean anything else. It's just an example. But the point is, the magic that they use to deceive you and make you think something that's not true, not there, doesn't exist in nature, to create an illusion, to get you to believe a story, to transport you into their story, their jurisdiction, which is the solar jurisdiction, is through language and the manipulation and the predatory use of language. Okay, so if you know that this is how they operate, this is what they do, well, then obviously you see the maximum of law. You see the maximum of law is land and law are inseparable. Mores and law are inseparable. Mores and law are inseparable. Mores are land. Land, mores are the substance and subject matter of the law. Period. Okay, but you have to, like I said earlier, you have to know something about astrology and the Hermetic laws and philology and etymology to be able to understand this. Okay, so if you are resistant to learning, you're going to be lost in the sauce in a foreign jurisdiction and always taken advantage of. Okay, but anyway, let's continue back to page 32. Astrologically, the planet Saturn is of the greatest importance to the Negro today because it indicates a bridging over to a new condition. So let's talk about bridges a little bit more. I almost got lost off the track. So the treaty itself is a bridge or a mechanism that enables us to deal with foreigners, to deal with foreigners, to maintain peace and tranquility. We see this in the preamble of the Constitution, right? What our ancestors' objectives were with dealing with these foreigners. What are other bridging terms? What's another bridge contained in the 1836 treaty? Passes and signals. Moors don't need a pass and a signal to travel and do commerce in peace across the land. No, we're the soil. We are the land. We are the heirs. We are the Elohim, the landlords. We don't need a pass or a signal. But yet, the treaty says that subjects, I believe it's Article 20, toward the end of Article 24, rather. I think it's toward the end of Article 24, that subjects of the Moroccan Empire and the United States, subjects of both parties, Moors are not subjects. People will argue that Moors are not subjects. Well, that's absolutely correct. Moors are not subjects, and Moors don't need a pass. But for the purposes of engaging with foreigners at their level, at their level, and to maintain peace and tranquility, we use a mechanism or a bridge, bridging terminology that they understand. Because a foreigner is not sovereign. There's no foreigner who's sovereign outside of his or her nation or empire. Is that true or not true? So we use a mechanism either terminology such as subjects. Let me say this. Citizens, this is a new term. This is a new term. Nationals is ancient. Citizens is new. Citizens comes along with the corporate paradigm. Nationals, nationality is ancient. That's family. That's landmass, common heritage, economy, com, uh, common heritage, common bloodline, family. Citizens of the U.S. Okay, y'all understand? So that's corporate. So our ancestors are saying that, okay, we're going to create a bridging mechanism and we need terminology in order to deal with them that they can relate to because they don't know anything about sovereignty, right? They don't know anything about what it is when you have your origin from, you have a celestial origin and you are the law. They don't know anything about that. We're dealing with people who are paupers, vagabonds, and fugitives from justice. So it is a bridging term that enabled us to deal with or interact with these foreigners. Everyone understand that's why Moors are referred to as subjects in the treaty. Everyone knows we're not subjects, but it is a bridging term. Okay, passes. It is a bridging mechanism that allows two different, fundamentally different. Am I? Am I? Oh, so it's fundamentally, it's allowing the pass and the signal is a physical mechanism that allows us, who are the Elohim, the landlords, the sovereigns, to deal with belligerents in a peaceful way to maintain tranquility. Now, this is what my research has, uh, the conclusions that my research has brought me to. And this is all in here. I don't know if it's in this version, it might be in this version, but it's definitely in the updated version of this. So I have not passed out the updated version of this yet. Okay, y'all. So it's just bridging terminology. Period. Okay. So let's continue. But it indicates, talking about Saturn, a bridging over to a new condition. This would be the new mindset. The present mindset is the solar zodiac and the solar religions. Period. That's the modern mindset, whether you accept it or not. When you plan your day, it's based upon a 24-hour cycle, solar cycle, or a cycle of time, right? When you plan your religious holy days, it's based upon the moon. It's based upon the moon, right? It's based upon the moon, the mansions of the moon, the 28 mansions of the moon. This is where the Hebraic holy days come from? I once made a calendar uh, of all of the feast days. They're all based upon the moon, all based upon the moon. Okay, so why is that? Well, because the moon, both the moon and the sun together govern harvest. It governs when you should plant, when you should prepare the soil, when the plants will become mature, right? When the mature plants go into harvest, when they begin to die. In other words, winter, summer, spring, and fall, and the whole harvest cycle is all governed celestial by by the moon and the sun. And then these things have become part of the solar religion. So everything is based off of what happens between the sun and the earth. So you're limited. Your mindset is limited between the sun and the planets, if they exist. So in other words, you are in a box. Scientifically speaking, right? Because modern scientists will tell you that there are billions of universes. You are stuck in a box ruled by physical or terrestrial phenomena. You're boxed in. Let me make this, let me open this flower up to you a little bit more. With the circumpolar zodiac, you're not boxed in. Why? Because it's consciousness. Consciousness. Okay? That means all of the universe, not just the sun and the planets that are rotating around it. Okay, but the entire universe. Okay, thank you. But the entire universe. Y'all see? So I have here. This is honey. A friend of mine gave to me that comes from the forest. That's one of the wonderful things about living or domiciling, rather. I live in my body, but domiciling in Southeast Asia because they still have farmers and they still have people who collect wild honey. And you can get wild honey, um, which of course, y'all, is better than honey that you buy at the grocery store, and it's also affordable. And wild honey is also more healthy, right? It tastes better and it's healthier for you because it hasn't been processed at all. Okay, y'all. So let's continue. So when you reckon time and reality stellarly, let me deal with this first. Celestial means the entirety of the universe. The entirety of the universe. Okay? Stellar means a particular star or node, a particular star or node. So, for example, if I want to talk about the throne of God, which is actually, which traces back to the celestial throne, I'm talking about Polaris. Clear? A single node. Now, in my class, in, in the class I taught uh, last week, one of the topics were uh, nodes of authority or sources of authority, legislative, judicial, and executive authority. Where does it derive from? So for the women, for the mothers, that authority derives from, very clearly, the great mother Typhoon, who is represented by the thigh of the great bear, today the Big Dipper. Does everyone understand? That's your source of authority. And the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, today the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, this is the celestial womb. Oh, that's feminine. The throne of God is feminine. The throne of the heavens, Polaris, this is feminine. So where is the authority of the mother derived from? What's its origin? Well, we just said it. We just said it. It is in the north celestial pole. It is the thigh of the great bear, today called the Big Dipper. Okay? That was made manifest by the great mother Typhoon, who is Hathor. Feminine energy in religion becomes Hathor and other goddesses who preceded the celestial zodiac and the solar religions, okay, and represented by the hippopotamus, um, fish. Yes, but we get into that later. Y'all know that Pisces traces back to the great mother and her son Set, the two fish connected by a string. But that's another story. But let's continue. Now, the source of authority of the men, masculine energy, is Soot, the dog star in the south. That's your node of authority. That is your stellar node of authority. Y'all think about that. Soot, the dog star in the south, is the only begotten son of the great mother Typhoon or the great mother Hathor. The only begotten son. That means Soot is the first star that is predominantly masculine energy. That gives us polarity. Correct? That's why it's in the south celestial uh, hemisphere. Okay? So if you are a subject of the Moroccan Empire who is a man, that means you're primarily masculine energy. Your node of authority is Soot, the dog star in the south, which has been remixed by the Solarites into a planetary form called Saturn, who is black, Negro, who is remixed into a deity called Sabic Cronus. The Greeks call him Cronus. That then gets further remixed. These remixes are additional stories that have been told that trace back to Soot. Okay. Saturn gets remixed into Sabaoth and Satan. Satan becomes that evil deity who's out to get you, who's at war with God. You understand that? Who's at war with God. What is that telling you? Well, who is their God? Their God is the Sun, the S-U-N, Sun, Y-H-W-H, which is a jurisdiction. So they're saying that that jurisdiction is at war with your jurisdiction. Y'all understand? So Satan becomes evil according to them. The first time ever, Satan becomes evil to the Christians. Clear? Why? Because it is to vilify, to criminalize, to slander, and have a excuse to prey upon and oppress and rob the Moor, the subject of the Moroccan Empire. Why would this be? To avoid their treaty obligations. And of course, to enjoy your birthright because you're out of your mind. You're calling yourself Negro, black, and colored. In dishonor, you disrespect your ancient foremothers and forefathers, the great mother Typhoon and Soot. Y'all follow me. Okay, so I think we did enough on these bridging terms, and Saturn is a bridge that the blacks, the Negroes, must cross over, okay, to enter into a new condition. And it's my opinion that this is what Noble Drew Ali was talking about. Return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. That's the new condition, to return to the circumpolar zodiac and the natural law of do no harm. Don't injure anyone, right? That means that there's no civil or criminal crime being committed. Okay? And so in other words, you are living according to the highest universal principles. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. These are the principles that govern the southern celestial pole. Okay, y'all? So if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch my other videos on these topics, because right now I don't want to get off topic any more than I'm already off topic. Okay? Uh, and I just forgot where I am. Oh, so yes. So in my opinion, this is what Noble Drew Ali was talking about. And then, of course, the other element. So there's the stellar reckoning of time and reality, um, natural law, don't steal. Mark Pacio, y'all Google search him. He does like amazing work on teaching what natural law is. You should really study his work. You should go to enforcetheconstitution.org, study that website. The Consul General Lamont Maurice L. Has affidavits and all kinds of evidence that you can study um, to begin to uh, return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers, okay, and get your birthright back. But first, you got to get your mind right. All right, y'all, you got to get your mind right, and that is, and a lot of Moors may be offended by this, but you have to see and know that the solar zodiac is a big religion. It's no different. It is no different than Christianity when you discovered that Christianity uh, is really astrotheology. If you study this, you will come to realize that the solar zodiac, the SUN sun, and the 12 zodiac signs are nothing more than a remix of your jurisdiction, which is a circumpolar zodiac, natural law, do no harm, and the workshop of the mind, which is where you learn how, not you learn how and develop the skill to use your consciousness, your awareness, to do any and everything that you would pray to God to do. Okay. See, all of this was wiped away from our memory through warfare, through oppression, um, so on and so forth. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. And then repackaged and handed to you as Judaism and Christianity with the external God who's supposed to do these things for you so that you would never realize that you are what they're presenting to you. Or let me rephrase it. What they're calling God is you, even though there is no such thing as God. I'm, I mean, when you look at the etymology of it, okay, let's talk about the action of a God. Well, that's you. That's who you are. But if you discover that, now no one can have authority over you. Because when you learn how to use consciousness, this is a workshop of the mind, that is irresistible power. Irresistible power. No one can stop you. That's why you have been put into the psychological state that you're in now and continuously entrained and continuously psychologically attacked to keep you in this mindset so you will never look within and return to or honor your ancient foremothers and forefathers. In other words, they program you to self-destruct. All right. And to be afraid to even try to get out of it. So let's continue. All right. Okay. So Saturn is of the greatest importance of the Negro race today because it indicates a bridging over to a new condition and into an entirely new development. Y'all understand that? Which has to do with Africa. Now, of course, Africa is also what? North America, right? For those of you who know about this, where Saturn has always been particularly potent, where Soot has been particularly important or potent. Okay, y'all? Because it's you. It is you. Astrologically, the polarity of Saturn must be repolarized in Africa by the Negro race. What does that mean? The polarity. So when we deal with polarity, that's talking about what? Energy. So if you have a straight line, this is the polar end of the line. This is the opposite polar end of the. So we're talking about extremes or polarizations, right? Extreme ends of a line. Okay. So it says the polarity of Saturn must be repolarized in Africa by the Negro race. Saturn can never reach its highest expression. Interesting, right? Highest expression. In the new cycle, what's the new cycle? He's talking about an astrological cycle. So the new cycle would have been exiting Pisces and entering into Aquarius, right? So each of the 12 zodiacs represent a zodiacal cycle or a zodiacal age, roughly, I think, 2,160 years or thereabout. Okay, y'all? Saturn can never reach its highest expression in the new cycle except in its bridging periods. So it sounds like the author here, by bridging periods, is talking about uh, when Saturn, when the planets are aligned like this. Y'all see what I mean? I forgot the term for that right now. It'll come to my mind. But let's continue. Except in its bridging periods, and also through the Negro race, and also through the Negro race. Now, what does that mean? So that means that this highest expression can be achieved when the planets are aligned. I don't remember right now. It'll come back to me. So one is in front of the other, right? When all of them are in front of the other and it's a straight line, okay, forming a straight line. The term will come to me, but it's not important right now. As long as you understand the concept. Or through what, guys? Or through what? It says, and also through. So there's two mechanisms. It can be done through the planets being aligned in a straight line, and it can be done through the so-called Negro race. What does that mean? That means when these denationalized Moors return to the mindset of their ancient foremothers and forefathers, they leave the solar religions. They leave the solar zodiac and return to reckoning time and reality stellarly. This is the circumpolar zodiac. This is the Sabian way of life, right? Return to reckoning time and reality stellarly, return to natural law, do no harm, don't injure anyone, and return to the workshop of the mind. That means no external gods. That means the realization, the acceptance, and the implementation or execution of your consciousness to do anything that you would have prayed for a God to do for you. Meaning that that is who you are. I am the one who always is. That's what the author is telling you. Okay, this is what Noble Drew Ali told us. This is what C.M. Bay told us. This is what Abdullah, who taught Neville Goddard, told us, and many other men and women who we don't know about, who preserved this way of life, this ancient way of life, our jurisdiction, who preserved it, although coded, although encoded in religion and the solar zodiac. So why would they encode it? Well, because the Solarites would have terminated them if they spoke out publicly about it. All right. So they encoded it, which is how I figured it out. All right. Because I read or understood the codes. not, I'm not saying I figured everything out on my own. Don't get that. Don't, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying through self-education, through what I've read, that my ancestors and contemporaries, meaning people who are alive today, the work they've done, the things that they have written, even some videos. Okay. Those affidavits that I told y'all about, unenforcedconstitution.org, Gerald Macy's work. And, according to, and this is something that I'm still, this is just something that still trips me out. According to Bobby Hennett, he says Gerald Macy was a brother, but he was a brother who was passing. Yeah, I saw Bobby Hemmett do a video on this. Um, but he has his reasons, right? So now I didn't learn about Bobby Hemmett's work on this topic until recently, and it just blew me away, y'all. But he focuses on the mythology, not the theological component, not the jurisdictional component. Okay, so y'all should really start researching Bobby Hemmett's work on this, and then begin to make the correlations. So this whole thing is about jurisdiction, the source of authority. Why? Because we're talking about legitimate authority, right? And we're talking about honoring the natural law of honoring our ancient foremothers and forefathers. And Drew Ali gave us the key. Return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. That's in your 10 Commandments. What else did he say? He said, Moors, if I could just get you to be yourself. Well, who is yourself? Who is yourself? We just discussed it. See, in the solar religion, you're a worm. You're a sinner in need of a savior. You are a debtor. You are not eternal. That's the mindset. You are in need of someone to save you. You're in need of a loan, okay, that you got to pay back. That's the paradigm of the solar religions that trace back to the solar zodiac and the mythologies of the solar zodiac. All of that is a disgraceful remix, a disgraceful and predatory uh, remix of the circumpolar zodiac. The circumpolar zodiac, who you are, is pure consciousness. Who you are is the embodiment of the Hermetic laws. Who you are is everything that they say is God. Who you are is the creditor and the landlord. Who you are is the substance and subject matter of the law. That's who you are. So when Noble Drew Ali said, Moors, if I could just get you to be yourself, that's what he was talking about. That's what he said when he said, free yourself through your mindset, your paradigm, returning to the ancient stellar or celestial jurisdiction. Okay? So once again, the women's node of authority, stellar authority, is the thigh of the great bear. Also, well, let me skip that. The man's node of authority, the Moorish man's node of authority, is Soot the dog star in the south. That's your node of authority. So when you put this together, you have the north and south celestial pole, right? You have the clock of destiny, where the tail of the thigh of the great bear is the minute hand of the clock of destiny, and Sit the dog star in the south is the hour hand of the clock of destiny. And then you have the feminine great mother typhoon, the Big Dipper, And Sip the Dog Star in the south, represented as the celestial ship of the north. The celestial ship of the north, where Soot provides the strength and the direction of the ship. In other words, the man, the masculine energy, provides the strength and direction. I think this is, I don't remember the name of the part of the ship it's called, but it's the bottom part of the ship that provides strength, stability, and direction of the ship as it sails along the celestial abyss, or the celestial ocean, which is boundless. Okay, y'all? So this is the source of stellar authority. I hope everyone remembers that. There are two jurisdictions, and you need to return, if you are a Moor, to your proper jurisdiction, which is stellar. Okay, that's your node of stellar, legislative, executive, and jurisdictional power. In other words, your right to make law, what makes you a law man or a law giver, a law woman. Y'all understand? Outside of that, as we're going to see, you are property, a stateless person. Let's continue. So we're still on page 32. Saturn can never reach its highest expression in the new cycle except in its bridging periods, and also through the Negro race. Saturn can okay, so it says, and also the Negro race, that primitive people, primitive, this author means Aboriginal. See, primitive is a derogatory type of expression, right? Primitive as in um, of lesser functionality, lesser quality, right? The primitive people, the Aboriginal people belonging to an immense past, with only a few remnants of correlative races remaining. They're trying to say that most of us died off. No, that's not true. The Moors are still here, y'all. We're still here en masse. Listen to this. The early races being dark. Well, of course, there's no such thing as races, right, y'all? A certain stigma has been placed upon them. Why? Because they are dark. The early races being dark. A certain stigma has been placed upon them. Why? Well, because dark. What is dark? Remember, we're two jurisdictions. One jurisdiction is the ancient darkness. This is consciousness. This is the entire universe. The other jurisdiction is light, which is sunlight, which gets remixed into wisdom and knowledge in the solar zodiac and the solar religions. Do y'all understand? So now here there is an opposition that has been created by these hybrid foreigners that says darkness is evil and light is good, right? Why? Because it's two jurisdictions. I'm going to show y'all, and I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over, but I'm going to have to do it. The early races being dark. What's this? What's the other significance of dark? Because our ancient ancestors, what 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 the Solarites conceive as God today, our ancient ancestors called that the ancient darkness. And then the Great Mother Typhoon is the ancient darkness, who who transforms consciousness to emanate light. In other words, darkness is the source of light. All right, y'all? So let's continue. So a certain stigma has been placed upon these quote unquote Negroes. And even in the present time, that's 1927, they are thought by some not only to be born without souls, SOULS, that's a hidden way, or it traces back to SOL, which is the Latin word for SUN, sun. They're born without a SOSUN. They're born without souls. Listen, y'all, but past redemption. That means there's no redeeming of you. There's no forgiveness of your sins. But past redemption, and to be excluded from the heaven of the Christians. Every time I read this, I remember Dr. Clark saying that when he was a little boy, he used to read the Bibles, and he would notice that there were never any quote unquote black angels. No, never any black angels in the Bible. And he said he used to always wonder why they just couldn't let even one little black angel into heaven. Now you know. Because one jurisdiction is the light, and the other jurisdiction, which is the true, authentic jurisdiction or source of authority, is the darkness, the ancient darkness. In the movies, they gave you Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. The Masons give you the black and white checkered floor. The solar zodiac gives you the kingdom of the heavens and hell, where the kingdom of the heavens begins at the vernal or spring equinox as the sun ascends northerly, reaches its highest point in the sky somewhere around June 22nd, thereabout, and it begins to fall until it reaches the spring or fall, I'm sorry, the fall or autumn equinox. Okay, that's the kingdom of the heaven. In other words, when there are more than 12 hours of daylight from March 22nd to September 22nd. So the light is ruling because there's more than 12 hours of daylight during that time. And then, of course, hell is when there's more than 12 hours of darkness during a 24-hour day. Between the fall equinox, the, the winter solstice, December 22nd, and then the spring equinox. Okay, y'all? This is when darkness is ruling. So they took that physical phenomena of darkness and called it hell, when everything evil and deceptive, wicked and bad happens, which is a knockoff. It's a mind FUCK. Why? Because they're equating physical darkness due to the lack of sunlight to the darkness of consciousness. That's not true. But that's the illusion that they're giving you, that darkness is evil. Close your eyes, turn off the lights. It will be pure darkness. But yet you are aware that you exist. You may be out of your mind. You may not Be aware of who you are, right? Like my mother used to say, you might not even much know who you is, but you still know you exist, huh? And I tell y'all something. So I came to find out that um, parasites in your central nervous system can cause schizophrenia and other types of mental illnesses. So you might not even much know who you is because of an infection. But if you clear that infection, if you clear it, uh, then that whole issue is resolved. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I didn't find this out until fairly recently. So you might not know who you is, might not even much know who you is. You might not even know where you're going. But one thing is for sure, in pitch blackness, no lights, you still know that you exist. And if you are aware of the workshop of the mind, in other words, how to use consciousness, if you have been taught how to use consciousness, and they teach this in the secret societies, now you can craft. Y'all get it? Craft. Why do you think they call themselves the craft? Now you can craft, you can create, you can transform your self image and self concept so that your new self image and self concept crystallizes into your reality. In other words, you become transformed, you become born again. Huh? Y'all follow me? So, the ancient darkness is not the winter months, and the ancient darkness is not evil. So, one of the things that you'll hear Bobby Hemmett, and it just blew me away that he did so much work on this. Um, Consciousness, it appears, I'm not saying that this is so with Bobby Hemmett, but it appears that he was applying the modern definition of consciousness, I'm sorry, of chaos to the Great Mother and the Sabian period. Uh, so we have the two jurisdictions, the Sabian period, the ancient darkness, workshop of the mind, natural law, don't harm anyone, and then, of course, the circumpolar zodiac, right? This is our jurisdiction, the ancient darkness, okay? The Sabian period. The fake knockoff jurisdiction is the solar jurisdiction with the light, okay? The light and the wisdom, the terrestrial focus, okay, y'all? So let me try to find this just because I'm on it. Um, I don't remember where it's at. So we're going to come back to Savick Ra. I want to make this clear. I think it's for my work that I'm doing right now. I want to establish that there are two jurisdictions, and our people are not aware of this. And this is the critical. Um, this is the jailbreak. If y'all understand what I mean, break out of jail, get out of those jurisdictions. Get not jurisdictions, but get out of the solar jurisdiction. Let me see if I can find this, y'all. Hold on. Well, no, I'm getting off topic. Let's go back to page 32. If we have time, or maybe in another video, I'll go through the chaos thing. The chaos, let me tell you briefly. Chaos, the ancient meaning of chaos is the opposite of what it means today. So when you study this information, what you're going to find is that the Hermetic law of polarity is used all the time. Okay? All the time. So once it's a master key. If you don't know something, take the extreme opposite. And 99.99% of the time, it will be true. Okay? So let's go back. I need to show y'all what we just covered. So y'all read that. Hold on. Okay, y'all see where my finger is? Read that paragraph. Screenshot it. See, your jurisdiction is the ancient darkness, which is before the solar jurisdiction, which is light. And because of that, you cannot be saved and you can't go to heaven. Now, apply that concept to Judeo-Christian, the Judeo-Christian legal system. You are criminal. In other words, you are criminalized, and you will always be criminalized in that jurisdiction. Do y'all see that? In other words, you're going to be a victim, booty and prize. Correlate this with Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15 through 68, which are the curses. In other words, so what are the curses? The curses are being stripped of your birthright, being stripped of your inheritance, and being hit with bills of pain and suffering and bills of attainder, being escheated, the curses. Everyone understand that? Okay, so again, the early races being dark, a certain stigma has been placed upon them. And even to the present time, that's 1927, even until now, they are thought by some not only to be born without souls, but past redemption and to be excluded from the heaven of the Christians. Now, we need to go back to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, to explore this. But past redemption and to be excluded from the heaven of the Christians because they belong to a period previous to the entrance of the solar reckoning of time. Do y'all see? There's two jurisdictions. And this is because just of who you are. For them, it's because you are the original people. Because you belong to a period previous to the entrance of the solar reckoning of time. That's the solar zodiac. That's when the sun was introduced and became the preeminent source of authority to make law, to execute law, and to interpret law. The three branches of government. This is why the people in the preamble of the Constitution have the power to ordain and establish a government. Okay, everybody see that? That's where the power comes from. So if someone is a hybrid, they don't have any sovereignty to do that. Do y'all see it? Why? Because they are not sprung from the soil. They're not celestial. So they had to make up a whole new jurisdiction, which is a solar jurisdiction. Okay, and then wipe from memory the ancient darkness, which is our jurisdiction, and to get us to submit to it through warfare, violence, intimidation, so on and so forth. Okay, so this is the last time I'm gonna read it just to make it clear. The earlier races being dark, a certain stigma has been placed upon them, and even to the present time, they are thought by some not only to be without souls, but past redemption, and to be excluded from heaven of the Christians because they belong to a period previous to or before the entrance of the solar reckoning of time. The solar reckoning of time is the opposite or something different than stellar reckoning of time. Okay? Before the fatherhood had been inaugurated. So the fatherhood means the patriarchal system becomes preeminent, the deity becomes a father. So prior to that, feminine energy was preeminent. Why? Because it reorganizes, or it organizes consciousness, hands that off to Sut, and then Sut, using vibration, crystallizes it or precipitates it into the physical world. Clear? Two different jurisdictions, and you ain't got nothing common in the solar zodiac. And some of y'all might wonder, or might have been wondering, why you have studied, practiced the solar religions or the solar zodiac, and you still are getting your ASS, or it's not working for you. So now you know. Now you know. Okay. Let's continue. A study of Negro horoscopes will be of great interest, as Saturn will be found to play a part in the new cycle. As Saturn would be found to play a part in the new cycle. He's talking about Aquarius, right? The Aquarian age, zodiacal age of Aquarius, by evolving the dregs of the old. Saturn has been a planetary god. Saturn has been a planetary god. Remember, Soot was planetarized or remixed into a planet, and they call it Saturn. They said it's black. Saturn has been a planetary god, but will now become a planetary wet nurse. Saturn is a great ender and a great hanger on. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Well, this is just a different way of expressing what he expressed in the previous paragraph. When the denationalized, stateless, refugee status Moor, this black or Negro Moor, who is under the protection of a foreign power, let's say the U.S., when he leaves the solar religions, leaves the solar zodiac and returns to himself. The mindset of his ancient foremothers and forefathers. And becomes self-governing. His mindset is now stellar. His mind is what, y'all? I'm not going to go through C and Bay, but y'all should remember C and Bay. I think it's volume 2, maybe page 42, 43. When the Moor stands up, his head becomes the North Pole, and his feet become the South Pole. This is the celestial ship of the North. You watch my videos, or read The Clock of Destiny by C and Bay. All right, y'all. So, but there's much more to it. Let me make my point even clearer. Page 24. Page 24. Let me show y'all my notes. So read page 24. This is volume 1 of the Celestial Ship of the North. This may be helpful for you to comprehend what's being written if you read my notes first. I don't mind sharing my notes. You can screenshot it, whatever you want to do. I don't know if you'll be able to understand my notes, but I understand them perfectly well. So let's drive this point home. Page 24. Nếu như em làm như vậy với anh Sơn hoặc là bạn Sơn nghĩ sao? Anh cứ đặt tình huống là em làm như vậy với anh Toàn hoặc là anh Lâm hoặc là sao đâu? The biblical account. The biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically. When Typhoon and Sut, or the northern constellation of the Bear and the glowing dog star in the south, proved false. Well, who proved it? And what was their motive? And is it true? Obviously not, right? When it proved false in their time reckoning. In other words, there's a certain group of people who said that our people have been reckoning time and reality for millions, billions, an unquantifiable, uncountable span of time, stellarly. And they're all wrong. And they're all wrong. Regardless of everything that they have accomplished. The demonstration of their intellect and connection to nature, understanding of nature, understanding of the sciences. Now here they are going to say they're all wrong. This is foolishness. So the biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically when Typhoon and Sut, or the northern constellation of the Great Bear, that's the Big Dipper today, and the glowing dog star in the south, proved false. So he's talking about the celestial ship of the north. Okay, everything we talked about proved false in their reckoning of time. Wait. This says the biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically. So now we're talking about war. I guess she figures she and the guy she's talking to are here by themselves. I don't know if y'all can hear her, but she's talking like really, really loud. Me, I'm speaking, trying to hold my voice down. Okay, so anyway, let's continue. So we want to associate this with the biblical account of the war in heaven, okay, y'all? Listen. So here's the alibi. The Great Mother Typhoon and Sut the dog star, the celestial ship of the north, prove false in their time reckoning. In other words, stellar timekeeping, the stellar reckoning of time and reality is wrong, causing their own degradation. So they caused, because they were wrong, they caused their own degradation. So who did the degrading? The same group of people who proved or who alleged that the stellar reckoning of time and reality was false. In other words, what they're saying is that consciousness does not regulate reality. What they're saying is that there's no such thing as manifesting. There's no such thing as all things having their origin in consciousness. Do y'all understand what's happening here? Consciousness does not govern the universe. This is what they're alleging and claiming that they prove. Is it clear? And as a result of this, they caused their own degradation. Oh, wait a minute. You mean we've been living like this in peace and total harmony for millions, billions of years? Creating, engineering, living extremely long lifespans. Everyone had an inheritance. Everything is great. No wars. A global brotherhood existed, according to the authors. But now all of a sudden, about 4,500 years ago, or 5,000 years ago, maybe 500 years, this started before the reign of Menes, the first human Hanuman pharaoh, who becomes God, or a representative of God. A foreign concept, yo. There's no external God before this time. What they're calling God was the ancient darkness, which is consciousness, which is the Hermetic law of mentalism. So they're saying that the Hermetic law of mentalism, the 7 Hermetic laws, are not real. Consciousness is not real. You understand? And because of this, they had to be what, y'all? Conquered and degraded, defamed, libeled, so causing their own downfall. This was also brought about, listen, this is the second reason, by the change in Earth's axis. Right? The line going from the north to, let me see if I can show y'all. So they're saying that a new, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. I want to show y'all the BS.
Ngồi chờ nó từ trưa cho đến tối đến ngày mai, ngày mốt cũng không thấy nó nhắn cái địa điểm mà tổ chức cái việc đó ở cái nhà hàng đó là mấy.
I have a friend who told me why she doesn't like going to coffee shops. And it's exactly for the reason of what I'm experiencing right now. Y'all see that? Earth's axis is an imaginary line that runs from the North Pole to the South Pole, around which the planets rotate. It is tilted at an angle of about 23.44, so usually you'll see 23.5 degrees relative to its orbital plane around the sun, which is responsible for the changing of the seasons. So this axis changed. According to them. So let me show you an image of what he's talking about. All right. So here we are. Did everyone see that? So the vertical line running from the top to the bottom, which is the north and the south, that's Earth's axis. The line running horizontally through the middle, that's the earthly equator. So push that out into space, it becomes a celestial equator. And look at the angle between the two lines. Can y'all see that? Look at the angle between, the vertical line running through the center of the Earth and the axis. That's the 23.5 or the 23.44 degrees that we just read about. So the author is saying this angle changed. What he's saying, the angle changed. Now, because the angle changed, and stellar time proved false. These are the two alibis. There are no home trainer. Okay. So listen to this. This was also brought about by the change in the Earth's axis, which had gradually pointed to a new star, other than the one around which it had been revolving. So in other words, the throne of the heavens changed. The throne of the heavens changed. In other words, Polaris was not the throne of the heavens anymore. Okay? So the vertical line points to Polaris. Okay, y'all? I wish I had. Let me see if I can. Well, they must be from the farm. Or in the Philippines, they would say something like, "Oh, that person must be from the province." Like a person who has no class. Hold on. So let me see if I can find this to try to show y'all this so you can have a visual. Khi bà điên lên, hai cái mẹt đó đổ rác, rồi ai trả tiền? Con này, chứ lại làm lơ được à? Anh thấy có phải em được điên không? Công ty anh thấy cái cách làm việc của nó chưa? Là một chuyện đó là em đã buồn rồi, em bỏ qua nha, em không nói gì rồi. Xong tới cái vụ sinh nhật hỏi em tiếp, em thức cả tiếng đồng hồ em trả lời nó cái địa chỉ tổ chức sinh nhật ngày đó. Xong rồi nó không trả lời em luôn, im ru luôn, không một câu cảm ơn, không một cái thả tim. Ngày mai lại mời em cái ngày giáo. Xem tin nhắn em cũng không có biết mà đường mà chị ơi qua bận gì em quên, sorry chị, để em biết xem kỹ, có kết ai đâu anh, cũng không luôn. Here we are. Rồi đến cái vụ mà cái việc. I hope y'all can see this. Em nói em ơi, nhắn đến chị cái giờ với cái địa chỉ cụ thể để chị xem bản đồ chị canh thì coi mấy giờ là có khoảng đó để chị biết đường chị đi rồi chị hả, sắp xếp cái lịch trình học sinh đi chị giờ lui cho kịp giờ để đúng 11 giờ chị gặp bên em, nhắn giờ giùm chị nha, dạ, xong rồi không nhắn luôn, anh nghỉ đi. So here we are. So take a look. Can y'all see that? Earth's axis points to the North Star, which is Polaris. Let me see if I can blow it up. Do y'all see that? Do you see the North Celestial Pole? Everybody see that? So they're saying this was brought about by the change in Earth's axis, which had gradually pointed to a new star, other than the one around which it had been revolving. So let me bring that to y'all's attention a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to show you. So do y'all see the little circle at the top and the little bottom? The Earth, according to these scientists, are saying the Earth is rotating and it's wobbling. Okay, and those little circles represent the cause of the progression of the equinoxes, which is supposed to be the reason why every 2,160 years or so, if you look out toward the east on the very beginning, like about 5:45 in the morning, you look out toward the east and you'll see the constellation of the zodiacal age on the horizon. Okay, so that's the mechanism, this wobble, these circles that you see. All right, so the author is telling us that this angle changed and a new star became the North Star. Is it clear? This is ridiculous, right? Hello? What? First of all, what proof? What proof is there of that? Second of all, y'all. Second of all, listen to this. Why didn't this phenomena occur before? If it's true, or if it's of any import. Why only now? 4,000, 5,000 BCE? Did they realize that the North Star changes? If it does change, they would have known that. And it had no significance or no significancy, right? Why all of a sudden now? Like they never saw that change. It was never accounted for. Do y'all see? It's just alibi, right? An alibi to seize power. Okay, in other words, criminalize something. But anyway, still rainy season here. I'm so tired of rainy season. But anyway, let's keep it going. Let's take this even further. So what are the implications? What are the implications of the North Star changing and the angle of Earth's axis changing? What are the implications of that from a astrotheological point of view? So we're going to return to that a different time. Let's deal with this. So this was also brought about by the change in Earth's axis, which had gradually pointed to a new star other than the one around which it had been revolving. So the throne of the heavens has changed. Y'all get it? The throne of the heavens has changed. It's a new one, a new throne, a new star in that position, a new North Star. And the new North Star would be Polaris, right? Because Polaris is what's there now. Y'all understand? It was here we are. Here's the criminal responsible for these crimes. It was the Egyptian Osirians. And guess who Osiris traces back to? Osiris is a deity, right? Osiris traces back to Sut, the dog star. Osiris is knockoff. An imaginary or a rewrite. In other words, give the people something different that they know about so that they will accept it. Okay? It was the Egyptian Osirians who cast out and condemned the ancient typhoon and who changed the dog star god into Savik Ra, the sun god. So everybody who's out here praising these Egyptian pharaohs and the dynastic solar deities, you're out here supporting and praising the very institutions and people who put you in bondage, who destroyed your ancestors and robbed you. The Catholic Church is nothing more than the pharaonic system, period. It's just that they're hybrids in office now, in those seats now. Well, actually, they were also hybrids, but their complexion was like mine. Okay, y'all? So we have this author saying it, we have Gerald Macy saying it, and others. And others. And I was struck to hear Bobby Hemmett say that he realized that. And I just found out about his lectures on this topic a couple months ago. Okay, y'all, that's why he left the whole Kemetic thing. From my understanding, from what I got from the videos that I've seen of him talking about it, which was great confirmation for me of the work that I'm doing. Okay, y'all? Oh, I'd be glad when they leave. It's like the Beverly Hillbillies. Oh my God. Okay, y'all. So let me say it one more again. It was the Egyptian Osirians. So who are the Osirians? Osiris is a solar deity. Osiris is the father. Isis is the great mother remixed. Isis is the great mother remixed. Osiris, Isis, and their son. This is the Trinity. Horus. Right? Isis is the great mother typhoon remixed, who is also Virgo in the solar zodiac. Clear? Also, what else? Osiris is also the great mother. The initial rollout of YHWH was feminine. Was feminine. And as they progressively came to power, YHWH becomes neutral or neuter, neither masculine or feminine. Right? The deity. Like Aquarius. And then as they acquired more and more power, they unveiled YHWH, the solar deity, is being masculine, which is a reversion, right? The Hermetic law of polarity. So they shifted the polarity. Went from matriarchy to patriarchy. Everybody see that? And then they defamed, arrested, waged war against all of the Sabian Moors who had the mindset of their ancient foremothers and forefathers. Is it clear? They introduced a new jurisdiction where now the patriarchy, the man, has the divine power in and is considered the source of authority. The SUN son. All right? Becomes the SON son. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, y'all, let's continue. So what did the Osirians do? They cast out and condemned. Y'all look up cast out and condemned. Look up the legal meaning of those words. So they cast out and condemned the great mother typhoon. This is our ancestors. And who changed, listen, and who changed and who remixed the star god, this is Sut, into Sevek Ra. So Sut becomes Sevek Ra. Who is Sevek Ra? The sun god. Sut becomes, because of the Osirians, they remixed Sut's story into a solar deity called Sevek Ra. So what is this telling you? There's no such deity as Sevek Ra or any of the Ra class deities. They're all a remix of Sut. Period. This is a remix. Now, why would they remix this story? Other than to do what? To fool you and to seize power. To pull you into their paradigm, into their jurisdiction. Okay? So what else did they do? Then they placed upon his head a pair of horns. And he became the ram or lamb, symbolized by the zodiac sign Aries. So y'all, this is what? Aries is the east gate in the solar zodiac. And CM Bay tells us that when the Moor is lying down horizontally, he's dead. He's in a dead state. He's simply dead. Why? Because you're in the wrong jurisdiction. Your mind is in the solar jurisdiction. Let's see if I can find it. I hope I have it. What a damn Beverly Hillbillies. Let me see if I can find the show. I think this is going to be the last time I deal with this topic. I'm kind of tired of it. I think I've done enough. Okay, so page 38 of, I think this is volume 2 of CM Bay's work. This is a Clock of Destiny. Remember, the Clock of Destiny is the celestial ship of the north, right? The tail of the great bear is the minute hand of the clock. Sit the dog star is the hour hand of the clock. So this is the Clock of Destiny. So let me go through it. This is the celestial ship of the north. Clear? Which means circumpolar zodiac, which means Sabian period, stellar reckoning of time. The sons of the widow, which is a woman, that's the great mother typhoon, are the only supreme beings. These are the Elohim, of whom can stand in the form of a cross, 5-pointed star. So stand up, Spread your legs to shoulder length and spread your arms out horizontally of a 5-pointed star. Arm, leg, arm, head, Allah. Elohim. And in a straight line. So put your hands to your side, your arms to your hands to your side, your feet to the side, you're in a straight line. Whether standing erect or lying down. When sons are lying asleep, they're lying on a dead level. You got that? On a dead level. They're alive, but on a dead level. What does that mean? Civil death. Clearly, civil liter mortuus. And when standing erect, they are perpendicular at right angle of 90 degrees of their previous position on the dead level. Here you are. Y'all see the cross? When sons stand erect, their heads represent the North Pole. That's the celestial North Pole, the Great Mother Typhoon. That's your jurisdiction, stellar jurisdiction. And their feet represent the South Pole. Again, the circumpolar zodiac, the South Pole, the pole of principles, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So what is this telling us? So when the Moor is standing erect at a 90-degree angle to his former position of laying down where he's in a dead state, civilly dead, that means what? His head, his mindset has returned to the mindset of his ancient foremothers and forefathers. He's reckoning time and reality stellarly. He's living according to the natural law of do no harm, don't injure anyone, don't steal, and the workshop of the mind, no external God. Connotatively speaking, I am God through consciousness, okay, through my ability to use consciousness to do whatever it is that you would ask God to do. Clear? Let's continue. So when sons stand erect, their head represents the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole, and their feet represents the South Celestial Pole. You're standing on your square, right? When lying on a dead level, their head represents East. That's the East Gate. The solar zodiac East Gate. Well, what's the East Gate? We just read. The East Gate is Aries. Jesus, the solar deity, or Mithra, the solar deity. Any of the solar deities. What are they doing there? They have entered into the kingdom of the heavens. This is the throne. The solar deity is sitting on his throne. Jesus is sitting on his throne. Y'all understand? A jurisdiction. A law language. Not a mass of land. When lying on a dead level, a civilly dead level. Do y'all understand this? A civilly dead level. Denationalized. Their head represents the East. Your head, your mindset is in the solar zodiac, the solar religions. And their feet represents the West. Well, what's the West? Libra, Ma'at. Well, what's Ma'at? Justice. Justice is being executed on you for being outside of your jurisdiction in dishonor of your ancient foremothers and forefathers, which means loss of birthright. You're non-descendable. You get hit with bills of pains and suffering, hit with bills of attainder throughout your life, and a short life cycle. and a painful, regretful lifetime. That's what it means. Your feet are in the west. The west gate. Okay? Justice, natural law. In other words, the Hermetic law of cause and effect is what you're experiencing, which is not a punishment, but a signal for you to change, to return to the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. That's what it is. Now let's continue. These two positions of suns form the universal cross. Y'all got that? Which represents latitude north and south and longitude east and west. This fact makes Woman, the Great Mother Typhoon, who is also Hathor, the Great Mother Hathor, and Sons, who is Soot, the Dog Star. We're looking at the celestial ship of the north, right? The clock of destiny, the great I am in life. What does that mean, y'all? See, whatever your paradigm is what your reality is going to be. Why? Because this is the natural law. So I am in the solar zodiac is pain and suffering, punishment. The East Gate is a covenant of bondage. Okay? So what that's telling you is that your mindset through the Hermetic law of cause and effect results in pain and suffering. But the I am, by the way, I think the last video I did, I show you that I am is a knockoff. Is a knockoff expression for star. Star, stellar, or celestial. Y'all go back and watch my last video. I think it was my last video, or go read The Devil's Pulpit. It's right there. All you got to do is read it. I am is a remix of Star. The fire, the heat. Nó vợ có đất chịu nó bây giờ bên đây nó tắt hẳn cái quyền phố luôn rồi, anh thuộc quyền gia đình luôn, nó nói cái này của bên em này em đứng tên luôn. Anh cũng quen. So I am, I exist, I be. This is awareness, consciousness. That's what that is. And this is the root of YHWH. You go check your Strong's lexicon. This fact makes Woman and Sons the great I am in life, creation, and perfection. In other words, the foundations of geometry. So now, of course, geometry, I went through that. Well, I touched the surface on it when I did the videos on the significance of a circle. So y'all go back and watch that. Anyway, so that's enough of that. So that was an encoded message, right? That we just deciphered or decoded. So let's go back to page 24 in the Celestial Ship of the North. It was the Egyptian Osirians, these are Solarites, who cast out and condemned the ancient typhoon and changed the star god into Sebek Ra the solar god. In other words, attempted to end the natural, ancient, and real jurisdiction, which is the ancient darkness, the Sabian period. And then they brought in, through warfare and violence, a new jurisdiction, which is the sun, the S-U-N, sun, and this concept of an external God. How did they do it? They then placed upon his head that Sabic Ra, who is a remix, a cheap knockoff of Sut, a pair of horns. And Sabic Ra became the ram or lamb symbolized in the zodiac sign Aries. Okay? Now, if your head is in Aries, you're a practitioner of the solar zodiac or believer in the solar zodiac or the solar religions, you're lying down in a dead state, a civilly dead state. In other words, you're out of your jurisdiction. Okay? And you are unredeemable. There is no salvation for you in the Christian heaven. So now you need to apply that principle to the Judeo-Christian legal system. In other words, you have no rights and you're non-descendable. There's no redemption for you when your head is in the East Gate. I didn't make it up. I just show y'all this. We're going to go to the treaty. And when the S-U-N sun passed into this sign, passed into Aries, Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. Now you have to go back a few sentences up in this very same paragraph to understand the significance of this. Listen. Oh, let me show you this again. See, the author is telling, y'all see here? The author is saying that this angle changed. The angle of the axis between the poles, hold on, between the north and south celestial poles and I forgot what the vertical line, I forgot the scientific name for this line. I'll come back to it. But y'all see the vertical line and the oblique line. They're saying that angle changed. And what is this? Let me read it again for you. Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. So in other words, there was a star in the North Celestial Pole that's different from Polaris today. And this was replaced. It was replaced with, let's say it again. Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. So, a great zodiacal year. The sun would pass through each of the 12 zodiac signs. Let's say start with Aries, pass through each of the other 11, return to Aries. That replaced when the pole stars are alleged to have changed. So in other words, approximately 25,600 years, 26,000 years, a great zodiacal year. Do y'all see the remix? Y'all see the remix? So the great zodiacal year traces back to, or is a remix of when the pole stars allegedly change. But see, you need to take their word for that. Right? You need to take their word for that. Because where's the evidence? Right? Other than you said so. So let's look at this again. The biblical account of the war in heaven is explained astronomically when Typhoon and Soot, or the northern constellation of the Bear, the Thigh of the Great Bear, the Big Dipper, and the glowing dog star in the south, that's Soot the dog star, prove false in their time reckoning, causing their own degradation. See, nobody did it to them. They did it to themselves. Right? So in other words, they're hiding the criminal. They're causing their own degradation and downfall. This was also brought about by a change in the Earth's axis, and that's what I wanted you to see. This was also brought about by the change in the Earth's axis, which had gradually pointed to a new star other than that around which it had been revolving. That's what this is talking about. This sentence here, Aries became typical of the change from one pole star to another. So that's the second part of the alibi. All right, y'all? This casting out of the old mother, Hathor, the great mother Typhoon, took place when theology turned many of these ancient myths into religious history. Now you can accept this or you can reject it. Screenshot it. I'm pointing to it right there. When did this happen, y'all? This casting out, this degradation, casting out, the overthrow of the Sabian Moors, the stellar reckoning of time and reality, the workshop of the mind, natural law, do no harm. When did it happen? Who did it? The Osirians, the Solarites, okay? They introduced a totally new jurisdiction. It's just, you know what it reminds me of? The introduction of the 14th Amendment. If you can imagine that. It's fake. And unnecessary. Screenshot it. So there's nothing innocent about this. Nothing innocent about it. This casting out. As a matter of fact, let me see something else. 1 second.
Rốt cuộc sau bữa kỳ ngày nào không kia nói bây giờ như nói giờ biết nói đâu nó chỉ đợi chia tay rồi về vợ thì vẫn quản lý chỗ đó mà nó không có dạy nữa với là bây giờ cái tên thì vẫn chỗ đó nhưng mà người khác dạy nó còn dạy còn giờ biết tới đâu.
I'm starting to feel hungry and hypoglycemic.
Nhân vậy mày làm gì đó nó là bưng bê cái tụi mày làm bưng bê sao mày ngồi đây nhậu cái nó dạ có nhậu được.
They want to suck it.
Không.
So this is out of the Oxford Dictionary. Cast out. Cast somebody, something out. What do y'all see? Especially using force. Especially using force. Force means violence and intimidation. War.
Lúc đó chắc em mới bị nhiều. Em mấy năm nay luôn. Tại em không kết mấy cái ngu đàn ông như vậy.
Tiện đúng không? Tiện có đâu không?
Ai cũng có hết. Thằng nào cũng nhắn tin riêng. Ngày nào cũng tác. Và em, cái gu của em không phải gu đó. Em không thích gu đó. Cái gu gì mà tôi suốt ngày ăn cái nhậu cái chơi bời không mà. Cha thì bảo chưa kịp mấy người đã có vợ rồi.
Cast someone something out. To get rid of someone or something, especially forcefully.
Em không phá đó. Cái đồ không đó.
Đi cho lên sân nhà này chết lắm. Ăn thêm tí cái tố nữa. Sưng cả rồi.
Sưng dầu mà nghe đồ anh sưng dầu ra.
Collins Dictionary. To cast something or someone out means to get rid of them because you do not like or need them or do not want them. Or do not want to take responsibility for them, rather. Okay?
Nhớ hồi xưa anh em mình mới lên tàu đọc đồ năm 2000 tối nào cũng đi nhậu mà.
Hồi đó là chuyên môn hát với nhau mà. Không biết là nó vui chứ. Không mà sao có được mấy chục năm thôi. Những mình bất ngờ. Giờ ngẫm đây thấy mình già. Hồi đó còn dí trí rồi. Hồi đó chắc khoảng chừng 30 vậy ta, 30 đúng không? Thấy mấy à? Rồi
30.
Lâu quá. Anh nhớ thời điểm đó khoảng cỡ năm 2000 đúng không? Là cách năm 25 năm rồi. 25 năm.
Em nó quạnh rồi.
Đời lính đời sơ miễn là câu đi giữa rừng giữa núi.
Cast out. To expel. To expel.
Từ đây tới nhà em có mấy căn như mấy?
Vậy em ở Miền Cối luôn hả?
Đúng rồi. 316 phường 9. Đi tới đây có 2 phút. Con xe này nè. Đúng rồi.
Bây giờ tôi nói anh chọn gì điện cho thấy gần
319 hả?
316 phường 9.
Giờ là ngay bên phía này luôn.
Đúng rồi, phía này.
So now I'm going to show you the lawful definition, but it's not opening.
Có gì biết sao? Có gì biết sao?
I'm trying to show you the lawful dictionary, the lawful definition. Let me give it a minute to load up. I don't know why it's not loading.
Mà bán từ 8 giờ sáng mà tới 12 giờ đêm mới đóng mà. Đóng phim trưa luôn mà. Bán giống như
nhưng mà thời gian nó lâu rồi, đã lâu rồi.
Dạ. Em ở cái đường này là 10 mấy năm rồi, 13 năm. Còn cái chỗ này thì em mới ở được mấy tháng.
Như vậy đi dạy nhìn nhầm bóng rồi.
Thì nói chung đi mấy cái quận mà nó giáp với nhà em khoảng tầm 30 phút đổ lại em đi. Sao em đi?
I don't know why it's not opening, but it's not opening. So, I might have to change my search term. It's not opening.
Em vô đó cũng được ít cũng phải 5 năm rồi.
Như là mấy cái đoạn mà hai đứa còn có đi hết luôn.
Đúng rồi. Em vô đó là qua cái thầy
cái tầm lưng hết trơn.
Mình á.
Cái xích là em xóa là cái xích kia cho.
Thì đó là cũng cho những người cha này làm biết trước. Biết đó là cho là gì là biết không?
Cái bông xích
cô Đào với cô Hạ là biết đó không? Cô Hà đi tập cái chân á.
Cô Hà Pi đó.
Cô Hà đó rồi cộng với là cô Đào.
Cô Đào đó.
Cô Đào rồi cộng với là mấy người đó làm biết lâu rồi. Biết đó là xa xưa.
Đưa em vô cái lớp hiệp hội nhà giáo. Cái từ cái lúc đó em mới biết thằng Võ Thanh Hải, mới biết thằng Khẩn. Rồi sau này bị thằng Khẩn nó, rồi sau này thầy Trọng lúc này là em nói được mới đưa em vô cái hiệp hội truyền lửa này mới biết ông Khẩn đó đó.
Như vậy là thầy cũng là trong cái truyền lửa trước đi đưa vô.
Thầy Thuật là trong cái hiệp hội nhà giáo của thằng Hải.
Con Hải trước rồi xong mới qua truyền lửa đúng không?
Xong rồi á thằng thầy Trọng rồi mới đưa em vô cái truyền lửa. Em mới biết mấy gì này. Mà đầu tiên của em là làm ở hiệp hội nhà giáo. Là em với thằng Võ Thanh Hải đấy. Là thầy Thuật đưa em vô đó thì em mới biết thằng Hải đó. Cũng là thầy Thuật bắt đối đó. Em biết
như là đầu 12 không?
Đúng rồi. Đưa vô khu 12.
Vậy là Hải đó là gần bên khu vực kinh doanh. Vậy吧?
Kiểu vậy đó. Nó nằm bên bị ảnh thụ này kia.
Hải thấy con trẻ không? Trẻ không?
Ông sinh năm 84 đó.
Trẻ. Như hồi xưa á, Thuận nghe Thuận kể á, là hồi xưa là Hải, Hồ và mấy người đó là đều nhận đất của bên Thuận hết.
Đúng rồi.
Biết rồi đó.
Hải, Hồ, Hàng Tô đều nhận lớp bên chỗ trung tâm gia sư Minh Tâm đó.
Đó là biết của Thuận hết. Thành ra cái bữa đó anh với Sơn đi với cái Thuận á thì ngẫu nhiên tự nhiên là anh lại là bạn của Thuận đó. Thành ra người vô đó là anh biết mấy người kia hết. Mấy người kia là biết đó, là biết cô Hà, cô Đào, mấy người kia là anh biết luôn Chí luôn, Chí là bên đó ấy thì anh lại là Chí là ông nhỏ tuổi của anh, nhưng mà cái thời xưa là lúc mà làm tâm nó làm biết anh lâu rồi đó thì quay trở lại là gặp những người quen mà rồi ông Phụng thì cô đi cũng hồi xưa có dạng chung
thầy Thuận thì em chưa có nhận một lớp mà bên thầy Thuận ấy đó, nhưng mà có cái bạn Zalo rồi có đi chơi du lịch này kia, có đi chơi chung với thầy Thuận với vợ thầy Thuận đi xe hơi của thầy luôn đó nên thầy
well y'all none of the dictionaries were open, so let's see. Let me try online, Black's Law online.
Lúc đó là vẫn còn vùng 12 đúng không?
Đúng rồi, lúc đó là về nhà. Lúc đó là thầy Thuận đang ở cái khúc gì mà bên chỗ đường Phan Văn Hớn.
Cái đó là vùng 12.
Đó. Bây giờ cái chuyện về bên
hồi xưa là nó ở quận 6 đó kìa, quận 6 nữa sao nó mới về quận 12. Quận 6 lúc đó nó làm mấy lần nghĩa là bên Tân Phú, Tân gì đó. Rồi sau đó cút hết rồi nó mới về quận 12 đó. Ngay sau đó ta bay về bên trước. Anh là biết được cái thời xa xưa còn tại Gò Vấp mà viết quận 1 Gò Vấp.
This is absolutely incredible. They have really gone to extremes with preventing people from being able to do online research. It's almost totally commercial now. So I'm going to go to a PDF and hopefully this will open.
Ngẫu nhiên khi gặp lại thì anh biết là nó là cây sơn lúc đó thì nó lại về mình Phước thôi. Mình Phước thì nghe tất cả đây không gặp. Xong bữa đó nó quay về nó đi ấy đó. Thì bữa kia Sơn sớm đi xong nó mới gọi anh đó thôi giờ ông giá đi gặp tôi kêu Sơn đi đó. Xong rồi ổng cà phê ông kêu Sơn đi. Phải có anh đi luôn. Đi vui tới vô có cuộc xong bên đó rồi gặp lại. Nhưng mà trước đó là cô Hà có nói anh rồi, cô Hà Dân Trí nó nói đi không đưa vô nhớ rồi đi. Nó về chưa để suy nghĩ.
Let's see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me search for it. Oh, wow, it's a lot. Hold on. I need to open this back up. Oh, gosh.
Cô dạy văn mình á, dạy văn thôi.
Sau này đọc chuyện
cô chắc cũng nhỏ tuổi rồi
cô là
lớn hơn mày không?
Cô là
lớn nè.
Cho nên mày
mấy gì lớn nè mà chị cũng đang ngang gì à?
Sau này
lớn Hải luôn hả?
Đúng rồi, lớn Hải chứ sau này em bà với Hải Lê Lục theo bán các viên này mà.
So the search did not work.
Lớp dạy hả?
Của cửa hàng tôi là giữ tiền quỷ.
Của mình họ đẹp có không?
Đúng rồi, đúng rồi. Cái thằng Hải nó tìm nhân nó Hải.
Ôi ôi.
Sáu bà nó kêu đi bà là ăn xén tiền quỷ làm cái tiền. Cái là bà mới từ mặt thằng Hải, bà mới coi bà kết nó với thằng Thành.
So let's do it this way first. If I don't find anything, I'll move to the next turn. Not move, but I'll look up the other term in Black's Law Dictionary, and then we'll look it up in a lexicon. Okay, maybe Strong's Lexicon or any of those.
Con mắt của anh cha hả? Mắt anh cha là nhìn nó.
Nó dàn vô trả lém á.
There was a time when you could do this fairly quickly, y'all. That's not the case anymore.
Ông như một tấm đàn bà tiệm nhân em chê đâu mà. Có ai mà đi tập ông đi lên trung đất mà đi chịu chủ được đâu có chủ được ra cái hệ thống gì. Không cần biết ai đúng ai sai nhưng mình là đàn ông mà mình phải nhìn chứ. Đúng rồi. Ông nói cha ơi ông chửi nè. Ông chửi như hai người bắt cáo hồi giờ.
So let's see.
Em đọc sao em nói rồi. Mai Phước anh này không phải chồng mình. Hồi xưa mà ông qua mà mình không ra mình lấy ông là tôi thích mẹ em rồi đấy nhá không rồi. Nên nó ra không chọn thằng nào hết thì nó không có đủ gọi là không đủ đôi với em đâu. Về là em bực á. Em lên cơ nói đấy thắc luôn á. Em là phải cỡ lớn hơn em trên 10 tuổi mới trị được em còn mà cái kiểu mà
gọi ra nhận sờ phải không?
Cái cỡ mà 8 mới là 9 mới là sàng á.
Hơn bị
lớn hơn em mà
mấy tuổi?
16 tuổi.
16 tuổi đó. Thôi còn cháu luôn á.
Chứ lớn hơn em mà từ 10 tuổi đổ lại thôi là cũng không là em đâu.
Nói là trâu già còn có non nha.
Okay, so cast out in Black's Law Dictionary, it does not have cast out, it has cast. So let's look at cast. It's a verb. What else, y'all? What do you see? What do y'all see? Cast, verb, in Old English. In Old English practice, to allege. What was the allegation? The Great Mother Typhoon and Sit the Dog Star prove false in their time reckoning. In other words, the ancient darkness, that jurisdiction doesn't have authority. Right? It's not telling time and reality accurately. What else? What's the other allegation? That the heavenly throne and the celestial North Pole changed. Okay, so to allege, what else, y'all? I'm trying to see it. I can't see it. I need to turn around so I can read it. I'll show it again. Okay, so in Old English practice, to allege, offer, or present, to proffer by way of excuse, as to cast in Ession. I need to look these up because I don't know those terms, okay? So we're going to look them up. This word is now used as a popular rather than technical term in the sense of to overcome, overthrow, or defeat in a civil action at law. Oh. So if it's at law, are you talking about jurisdiction? It also means to deposit formally or officially. It is also used in connection with the imposition upon a party, litigant of cost, in the suit. As A is, quote unquote, cast for the cost of the case. Okay, so let me take a screenshot of this. So we're going to come back to it. I need to look up some terms that I'm unfamiliar with. So the next term, cast out. Not cast out. What was it? They were cast out. Oh, condemned. Condemned. So let's look up condemned. Okay. So they condemn, they cast out and condemn. Okay, so allegations were made and a legal process was started. Hold on, y'all.
Chuẩn bị dạy cho video kìa. Phê bình âm nhạc được nha. Phê bình ca từ cũng được nha. Chỉnh sửa ca từ cũng không được. Nắng lót ca từ cũng không được. Nhưng mà cái này bây giờ làm như vậy kìa. Video kìa. Bây giờ dốt rồi nha. Cái đó phải có cứu mà.
So when did this happen, y'all? When theology made these mythological stories and astrotheology, or the circumpolar zodiac, into histories. Okay, y'all? That's when it happened. Condemned. Hold on.
Ai học được hết á, không cần bạn có khiếu. Khiếu là cái gì? Là cái tiếng đàn của bạn hay hay không? Đó là khiếu. Còn để học được đàn đúng, ai cũng học được hết.
All right, I see condemnation. Let's see. Condemn. To find or a judge guilty. All right, jurisdiction, right? To find or a judge guilty. To a judge or sentence. To a judge. In parentheses, as in admiralty court jurisdiction, right? That a vessel is a prize. Or that she is unfit for service. They made booty and prize of our ancestors. So let's continue. To set apart or expropriate property for public use. Does that sound familiar? For public use. So what's a modern situation similar to that? When the denationalized Moor, who is under the protection, well, let's just say denationalized Moor first. Becomes a property of a private, maybe private, let's say hybrid European, or a European Moor in North America, the Maghreb Al-Aqsa. So now he's booty and prize. But then the federal U.S. government, after they institute, or at the time they institute the 14th Amendment, they make the private property, who is denationalized Moor, public property. Y'all see that? Do y'all see it? To set apart or expropriate property for public use. In other words, you become the living sacrifice, right? In the exercise of the power of eminent domain. Condemnation in admiralty law. The judgment or sentence of a court having jurisdiction and acting in rem, by which one it is declared that a vessel which has been captured at sea, I hope y'all are thinking about the 1836 treaty, as a prize, was lawfully so seized and is liable to be treated as prize for an alleged violation of the revenue laws, neutrality laws, navigation laws, etc., was lawfully so seized and is for such cause forfeited to the government, or that the vessel which is the subject of inquiry is unfit and unsafe for navigation. In civil law, a sentence or judgment which condemns someone to do, to give, or to pay something on which declares that his claim or pretensions are unfounded. In real property law, condemnation, the process by which property of a private owner is taken for public use without consent. Sounds like the 14th Amendment, right? The transfer of ownership of denationalized moors. But upon the award and payment of just compensation. Weren't these slaveholders compensated for their property? Being in the nature of a forced sale, and condemner stands toward owner as buyer toward seller. A condemnation proceeding is a special proceeding at law, see jurisdiction, right? Law language. To determine in a single action the damages done by the taking, but it is not a civil action or a civil process within the meaning of the statutes relating to civil process. In Reed New Haven Water Company, that's a citation. Let me skip it. The law authorizing it must be strictly construed in every condition. So let me skip that. There's something else I want to look at. This is interesting. Hold on. Condemnation money in practice. The damages which the party failing in an action is adjudicated or condemned to pay. Sometimes simply called condemnation. So let me show y'all. Take a picture of this. Y'all screenshot this. Hold on. Y'all screenshot this. This is in Black's Law Dictionary. I don't know which edition, okay? But screenshot it. So the Osirians, they cast out and condemned Great Mother Typhoon and her son. Okay, y'all. Condemnation money, also referred to as just condemnation. Hold on a second. Mấy thầy đơ ra luôn. Với trình độ sinh viên năm 1 mà có thể đào tạo được cỡ này. Ai cho anh xin cái số điện thoại chị được không? Cái là từ đây em nổi. Wait, condemnation continued condemnation money as used in an appeal bond. This phrase means the damages which should be awarded against the appellant by the judgment of the court. It does not embrace damages not included in the judgment.
Cái thằng nó đậu là khoa chị Mille vậy mà nó đậu thuộc khoa là nó phải đọc được từ là lập tức chỗ nó đồn từ xóm thằng đó cho tới xóm em cho tới cả trường nhạc vị âm nhạc em biết luôn. Cái là em
okay, so the source of authority is celestial.
Ai muốn đậu được con trường nhạc viện qua chị Mille đó, bằng chứng nó học trò chị đó. Cái là em kiếm tiền từ đó luôn đấy.
So let's go to the biblical. Let's go to cast out. In Black's Law Dictionary. I'm sorry, in Strong's Lexicon.
Chứ mà biết là em đã đi dạy ngoài đó rồi, anh hiểu không? Dạy từ lúc mà còn là sinh viên đi học cho tới tận lúc ra trường, và em là có thêm 5 năm dạy ngoài đó rồi. Vì 3 năm cộng 5 năm là bao nhiêu rồi? 18 năm. Tổng cộng trong ngày em làm 18 năm đi dạy. Kinh nghiệm em đâu có thiếu. Mấy ông trưởng khoa
it's not giving me the mean. It's just, hold on. This is wild.
Hỏi bạn nhạc này ai dạy cho em vậy, xem đánh được như vậy. Nói là chị sinh viên năm 1 của trường là họ cả người hết luôn. Vài ngờ đâu.
I haven't done this in so long.
Chưa có cách dạy được như vậy mà. Em chỉ là sinh viên thôi mà. Thì rõ ràng em nổi tiếng liền à. Sau đó mấy tụi đó nó không học mấy cái thầy cô mà mới ra trường nữa. Qua học em hết. Mặc dù mình chỉ đang học nha, mà nó qua nó học em thôi, nó muốn thi vào trường đó nó vào học em thôi. Còn mấy thầy cô mà được gọi là được dự lại trường mới.
I don't want to look in the Greek. Hold on, let me. Well, okay, let's look in the Greek.
Nhưng mà hắn nó không chọn. Đó vậy thôi.
It's not the.
Không, em có shop đàng hoàng. Có nghĩa là cái shop đó là tiền của em.
It's not the same. The
nhập đàng về. Nhập ở đâu? Thời giờ bán ở đâu? Bên chợ quận 10 với là quận Tân Phú này.
Okay, so let's look in the free Bible downloads.
Ai ở bên kia xa thì qua bên quận 10. Vậy đó, chia ra hai bên. Đúng rồi, có nhiều.
Okay, so this is Strong's number 1544.
Đúng rồi, hùng nhưng mà hùng bằng nhau luôn mà. Bên nào cũng bọn 50 hết. Nên bây giờ anh mua đài thì anh cứ hỏi em, anh không bao giờ bị dụng đất tại vì em làm trong nghề luôn rồi.
Give me one second. Let's look at Strong's number 1570. So it's used quite often. All right. So this is in the Greek. So Strong's exhaustive concordance cast out from ek, and a derivative of tithemi, put out, exposed, to perish, cast out, exposed to perish. So let's see. Okay, so Strong's Greek 1570 depicts deliberate exposure or abandonment of a person, specifically infants, wow, to certain death. In Scripture, it appears singularly in Acts chapter 17, verse 19, where Stephen recounted Israel's history, says that Pharaoh forced the Hebrews to abandon their infants so that they would not survive. The term, therefore, serves as a vivid reminder of human cruelty, societal injustice, and the covenant people's need for divine intervention. Let's continue. Two, legal and social sanction. This is, hold on. Exodus 1:22 records, quote unquote, then Pharaoh commanded all his people, every son born to the Hebrews must be thrown into the Nile, but every daughter you may keep alive. Stephen interprets this as a mandated exposure. The order served two purposes: population control, that means population reduction or genocide, and psychological terror, psychological psychops, right? Aimed at crushing Israel's hope of redemption. Do y'all understand what this is saying to you?
Sợ tí bà hồi đó mà lấy giờ này ra đâu.
Sao không lấy vậy?
Giờ giàu không? Giờ chủ nhà hàng mấy nhà hàng đó.
Tự nhiên người ta thương anh và anh không lấy.
Hỏi thì học sinh.
Đúng không anh? Nó đeo như vậy mà anh không lấy.
Hỏi kịp tụi tôi đi.
Không lấy chi rồi vô hết. Mà nó đẹp vậy mà sao chê? Giống mi là đẹp đấy, đâu có xấu. Mặt đẹp mà.
So these are still not good. Not. Hold on.
Người ta đẹp vậy mà chê. Mà đẹp có đẹp đấy không anh? Đẹp đấy không?
So maybe this is better. Let's look at 1544. Strong's. This is the Greek 1544. So it's ekballo, ekballo, to expel, to drive, cast, or send out. Cast out or send out. To expel, to drive out, cast out, or send out. That's also rendered in the NASB translation. Eliminated one time, scorn one time. See, thrown one time. The online dictionaries, guys, are not so good, right? That there's very little here. That's why I'm not showing it to you. I'm trying to find something that has more information. So let's see if we can find something else. So far I only see it in Greek. I don't see it in Hebrew. So so maybe this is it. Hold on. Let's see.
Nhưng mà lần nữ phải cân cái sao đánh học con nam á.
So Brown Driver Briggs definition: to drive out, expel, cast out, drive away, divorce, put away, thrust away, trouble, to trouble, cause you trouble, to thrust out, to be driven away, to be tossed, to drive away, to be thrust out. Okay, y'all? Let's see what it says in the Greek. Brown Driver Briggs in many ways is much better than for academic study, much better than Strong's lexicon. Strong's lexicon has a specific use, guys. So let's continue. Okay, so continuing on, to throw, cast, hurl rather, fling.
Vậy lúc đó là một mẫu hình như là 8 cây 10 cây gì đó là 2 mẫu luôn.
Y'all get the idea, right? So it's using a legal process to expel someone, to take their money, to take their property. So this is what the Osirians did. All right? I think it's clear. So when was it done again? This casting out, these legal procedures, this violence, this destruction. When was it done? This casting out, This condemnation took place when theology turned many of these ancient myths into religious history. That allows you to put a time frame on it. Okay, so when was this? During the time of Menes, or maybe 500 years before Menes, when this stuff first started to happen. Everyone see that? Take a screenshot. So this dynastic Pharaoh, Osiris, Isis, Horus, all of these deities, they have nothing to do with us. These are remixes, okay? It's a new jurisdiction. That brought our ancestors into a new jurisdiction. And cast judgment on them and took their property, drove them away. That reminds me of Psalms 83. Is 83:18? I don't remember. So we need to connect this to the treaty. Hold on.
Mới hỏi chứ tại sao là nếu như mà như vậy tại sao mổ thì nó là vì cho chạy máu phải mổ, còn cái chuyện mà cái gì làm chưa biết, không biết luôn.
I feel tired and hungry. I haven't eaten today. Oh man, it's almost 3 o'clock. I didn't eat today.
Chứ bây giờ em vừa rồi nè cũng chảy máu tiêu hóa, xong đi vô chụp đu đại tràng,
ảnh hưởng
đu đại tràng.
Bởi cái này là ảnh hưởng kia.
Không, bây giờ em bị đu đại tràng, chảy máu. Xong cái là cho thuốc cái chụp cảnh quan, cái chụp CT là.
So we have two different jurisdictions going on. Okay, there's the celestial jurisdiction. Moorish men and women have different nodes of authority. Together, it's the celestial ship of the north. And then we have the jurisdiction, this new jurisdiction, which is the solar jurisdiction. Their node of authority is the SUN sun, and it's a cheap knockoff. The solar zodiac had no significance amongst our ancient people during the Sabian period, our ancient ancestors during the Sabian period. Okay? And now, I didn't make it up. It's not me saying it. It's just what it is. Take it or leave it, right? So in order for us, the sovereigns, the Elohim, to interact with these foreign hybrids, our ancestors put together a treaty or a series of treaties, right? There are many. These are just platforms or bridges for our people, our jurisdiction, to interact with people in their fake jurisdiction in a way that they could conceive of and understand. Right? Y'all understand? So the 1836 treaty is a bridge intended to establish peace and tranquility. Let me take y'all to. Actually, you can go back to the. You can go back to the Articles of Confederation. The first Treaty of Peace and Friendship, I think it's 1787, right? And you can see what the intended purpose was of those treaties. You can also read the preamble of the organic constitution. Let me pull that up. So what is preamble? It's a noun, a preliminary statement, especially the introduction to a formal document that explains its purpose. Okay, so what's the purpose? A statement accompanying a law or regulation specifying its specific purpose or reason for enactment. So that's pretty clear, right? Merriam-Webster. Let's put this together. Preamble, noun. Synonyms of preamble: an introductory statement, especially the introductory part of a constitution or statute that usually states the reasons for and intent of the law. An introductory fact or circumstance, especially one indicating what is to follow. So let me show y'all this. Everybody see that? All right. So now, so we can also look at the treaty itself. So let's go to the preamble, U.S. Constitution. What our ancestors wrote is very clear. So let's go to constitution.congress.gov. It doesn't look like it wants to open. It's not opening. Let me show y'all it's not opening. Y'all see that? See the bar at the top? Oh, there we are. Okay. So here's the preamble to the Constitution for the United States of North America. Y'all take a look at that. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, there's the purpose, right? In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Our posterity, that means our offspring, right? Do ordain, that's a religious word, and establish. So when I say religious, I mean celestial, right? Because religion traces back to the stars, the source of all authority to make law, interpret law, and enforce law. Okay? Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Now, so what are the United States? What are the United States? That's a broad, ambiguous term, right? Think about that. United States. Were they talking about the 13 colonies? We the people of the 13 colonies? No, because they don't have any sovereignty, right? They don't have any sovereignty in the Americas. Y'all understand? At this time, they had no sovereignty. Why? Because they're foreigners. It's not their birthright. But anyway, let me not get off topic. So that's the purpose. Let's go to the. We'll come back to that later, y'all. Let's go back to the treaty. Hold on. Foreigners can't act. They can't do anything legitimately as a sovereign in a land that's not theirs by birthright, where they have no jurisdictional authority, right? Especially a hybrid. So let's look up the treaty. Some people may say, "Oh, well, if you conquer the people, you take their stuff, you're the sovereign." No, that's not according to nature. That's not according to the principles or maxims of law. You can throw that out the window. Okay. Can a so can a body acting as a court make those claims? Well, they can make those claims, but is it aligned with international law, legal, international principles, or natural principles of law, legal maxims? No, it is not under any circumstance. Okay, so here's the treaty with Morocco, the uh, Empire of Morocco, and the U.S. Look at what it says here. And this is the English translation. Look at the stamp, or the seal rather, of the Sultan of Morocco at that time. What does it say? In the name of who, y'all? In the name of God. Who is God? Well, there's no capital G God. Who is God?
Em cho cái cột bằng kỹ nó ốc á, cho nó lột và sát tới cái bằng mình xây lên cái thai đi.
The merciful and the clement. In the name of God. Isn't that Elohim? Isn't that Set? Who, etc.? So that would be the more, right? Because we know he's not talking about the dramatic deity Odin and Woden and all of that stuff. Okay, you have to know something about astrology and astrotheology, etymology, philology, the mythology associated with all of this, and it helps a great deal if you understand that our jurisdiction is the ancient darkness. This is what they are calling, when I say they, I'm talking about the foreign hybrid European, this is what they're calling God. The ancient darkness, which is really consciousness, right? Consciousness and the Hermetic laws, the other six, which is the law of mentalism, the other six Hermetic laws, right? And then the North Celestial Pole, everything we talked about today, they're calling that God. All right, who is the Moors, right? Moors are consciousness. So now look at the first article. Let me see if I can expand this, make it easier for you to see. Hold on. Let's look at the preamble. It says praise to God. That's praise to you, Moors. That's praise to you. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. God, Elohim, the Moor, okay? The sons of the mother, the supreme being that C.M. Bay talked about. Look at this. So here's the preamble. This is the copy of the Treaty of Peace, which we have made with the Americans and written in this book. Affixing thereto. Now, American is a translation, y'all. That's a translation in English. Affixing thereto our blessed seal, that with the help of God, that's the help of you yourself, okay? In the mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers, the circumpolar zodiac, natural law, do no harm, the workshop of the mind. So with the help of you being in your right mind, in honor of your ancient foremothers and forefathers, it may remain firm forever. What does that mean, y'all? Do y'all know that forever references time cycles? Let's go to the first article. Article 1, we declare, we didn't ask for, we declare that both parties have agreed to this treaty, consisting of 25 articles. 2 plus 5 is 7. 7 stars in the handle of the Great Bear. Y'all understand the significance of the number of 7 throughout all mythological and religious systems over the world, okay? There's your 7, and the Bible is completion. All right, so shall be inserted into this book and delivered to James R. Leib, agent of the United States, and now their resident counsel at Tangier, with whose approbation it has been made, and who is duly authorized on their part to treat with us concerning all the matters contained herein. Okay? If you are the gods, if the Moors are the Elohim, the landlords, we don't need to do anything to be who we are. No. This treaty is a bridge for us to deal with them. Okay? In peace. Why? Because of their character, right? This is what our ancestors said, because of their character. Read the, well, I mean, everybody knows from their own personal experience, right? And from what you see them doing today. But read, see, and obey. Hold on. So this is a contract. A treaty is a type of contract, right? A covenant. So what's a covenant? A coming together of two lines. What two lines? The celestial equator and the ecliptic. That's what that 23.44 or 23.5 degree angle is. Okay, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The covenant, well, the vernal and autumn equinox. Clear? The coming together of the two lines, which is remixed deceptively into covenant. Okay, that's where this word has its origin. But anyway, let's continue. I want to show something else. Hold on. 24. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to find the, oh, yeah, Article 24. So I want to show you the bridge. Article 24. If any differences shall arise by either party, so that's what we just saw who the parties referred to, right, in Article 1. Infringing on any of the articles of this treaty, peace and harmony shall remain. Okay, guys? That's the purpose, and we saw that in the preamble to the Constitution, correct? Peace and harmony shall remain withstanding in the fullest force. Do y'all see that? Just because you have a difference does not mean you can stop doing what you're supposed to do, what you're obligated to do. Is it clear? For example, a man and a woman have a relationship, they get mad at each other, and then they no longer continue to do, or they no longer do, rather, their duties in the relationship. And what's the justification? Well, because I'm mad, or because you did this or you did that. You see, that's out of harmony with nature. So if you have a difference with each other, you still have to do what? Meet your obligations. The 25, 2 plus 7, 2 plus 5 is 7. Completion, fullness. If any differences shall arise by either party, infringing on any of the articles of this treaty, peace and harmony shall remain, notwithstanding, in the fullest force, until a friendly application shall be made for an arrangement. In other words, until you find an agreement that you both agree to, a solution that you both agree to. And until that application shall be rejected, no appeal shall be made to arms. So do y'all see this treaty is a bridge for us to maintain peace and tranquility, not just in commerce, as I'm going to show in a second, but in all areas of life. This is a bridge. It's not necessary for us to live our life. This is so that we could live and have peace and harmony with them being around us. Okay, guys? And if war shall break out between the parties, 9 months shall be granted. So CMB tells us that 9 months, right? This is the period of gestation of a man or woman, right? Entering, from conception to birth, right? And if war shall break out, let's look at war. Of course, when this was written, war had a definition that was consistent with that time, which was a hot war, right? Like a physical war. But the meaning of war has changed to include modern activities as a definition of war. For example, the Black Codes, or you can look through the U.S. Code and you can find that, okay? And without going into the whole story, through estoppel, the meaning of war in the modern day can be applied. And all of that is here in the Ajaza project. Is applied to this article. Okay, y'all? But anyway, that's just a side point. Y'all should look that up. And if war shall break out between the parties, 9 months shall be granted to who, y'all? All the subjects of both parties. So subjects here, of course, is a bridge term, right? Moors are not subjects, but we use this term because we are within the context of a treaty, which is also a bridge for us to deal with them, to maintain peace, tranquility, etc., etc., etc. Do y'all see that? So in this in this sense, Moors are subjects of the Empire of Morocco. Not that we are subject as in the Sultan is above us. No, that's not what it says at all. That's saying that in order for us to deal with these hybrids, these foreigners, we have to use language that they're familiar with and concepts that they can understand, and concepts that are consistent with their uh, experience. Why? Because they are beggars, paupers, vagabonds, fugitives from justice, right? They come from a feudal system. Is it clear? And by the way, the meaning of subjects then does not have the meaning it has now. So y'all can search that out yourself, okay? All right. So again, it's a bridge term, okay? So that information is also in the Ijaza restoration project. So hold on. Oh, wait a minute. All right. So let's go. Let's continue. And let's continue with 24. It is further declared. Why is it being declared? Because we are the sovereign. That whatever indulgence, this is a religious word, y'all, that means forgiveness for sins, forgiveness for terrible crimes, and whatever indulgence in trade or otherwise. Or otherwise is a legal term that's a basket term. It includes not just trade, but everything. But everything. Everything means everything. 100% means 100%. That means everything is included. So whatever the Moroccan Empire, whatever forgiveness or indulgences we extended to any of the, let me put this back up, to any of the Christian powers. So there you go. So Christianity, Christian power is not a religion, it's political power, military power. Do y'all see that? So that whatever we forgave them of in trade or in any area of life shall be granted to the citizens of the United States. Okay? So let me repeat that. It is further declared that whatever indulgence in trade or otherwise shall be granted to any of the Christian powers, the citizens of the United States shall be equally entitled to them. And because of that, the international law principle of reciprocity, that means that any indulgence or forgiveness of sin, grave sin, even, that has been granted to any other nation, the United States is obligated to do what, y'all? To extend those equally to subjects of the Moroccan Empire who are also what? Foreign nationals to the United States of America, or foreign nationals to the United States. Okay? Do y'all see it? That's because of the international principle of reciprocity. All right. Otherwise, it's not friendship. If I'm giving you everything, we're not friends, right? I'm giving you everything, you give me nothing. Or I give you 100%, you give me 50, you give me 80, you give me 90. No, that's not friendship. Okay. So, anyway, reciprocity is an international law principle. Okay. And you cannot, according to international law, you cannot use something. For example, let me say this. You cannot use something and get the benefit from your partner, and then you turn around and say, well, your partner can't do it, right? How does it work out in a marriage? Let's say the husband or the wife does ABC, and then they turn around and tell the husband, the other one, you can't do that. But I did it, but you can't do it. See, that's not equality. That's not fair, right? Because remember, the objective is to maintain peace and tranquility, correct? So, because the United States of America has done this and that, A, B, C, E, F, G, they can't turn around and say a subject of the Moroccan Empire cannot do it. They're stopped, or it's an estoppel from doing that. Okay, it's an international principle involved. But again, all of that is here in the Ijaza Restoration Project. Okay. But importantly, whatever indulgence in trade or otherwise, that would include matters involving your property, such as your heirs, your offspring, right? Your progeny, correct? All areas, not just trade, all areas of life. We gave them an indulgence or forgiveness, right? They're supposed to do the same for us. That's a treaty obligation. Everyone understand? What else do I want to show in terms of the bridge? Hold on. Article 25, this treaty shall continue in force with the help of who? With the help of God. All right. And of course, that's tracing back to the stars, right? For 50 years. So what's the 50? 5 plus 0 is 5. Correct? So what's 5? 4 plus 1, which is the four corners. And the circle was initially represented as what? A squared circle, the four corners, which becomes the four corners that we know of in law. And then the one is the monad. The monad is the Hermetic law of mentalism or consciousness, plus the four corners, referencing the great mother, of course, right? And the stars, the constellations that are circling around the celestial throne. Everyone see that? Everyone see that? After the expiration of the of which term, what else is important about 50? Uh, I showed this again in the class I taught a week or two ago. Maybe I'll show it now if I can find. What else is 50? What's 49, y'all? The Jubilee, right? The Jubilee. Okay. 7 times 7. Okay, the 7 stars that make up the handle of the Great Bear times 7. It's 49 on the 50th. If I can find the image of I'll show you guys. Hold on. Let's see. The treaty shall continue to be binding on both parties, subject of both parties, until the one shall give 12 months, the 12 zodiac signs. Okay, guys? Also what? Chapter 10 of the Celestial Ship of the North. Y'all should read it. I've done many videos. Y'all read it. The 7, the 10, I think it's in the, let me pull it up. Hold on. Where is it? But of course, you should remember that the solar traces back to the circumpolar zodiac, right? The 7, the 10, I think it's the 7, the 10, and the 12. Having to do with Israel. What page is it? I'm feeling tired now. I need to eat. Here we are. Yeah, the 7th, chapter 10. And you'll notice that the Roman numeral, right? The first cross is in the circumpolar zodiac. Y'all see? Chapter 10, celestial origin of the Jewish race. In Hebrew language, 7, 10, and 12. That's all astrological. Okay. He continues. Until the one gives notice to the other of its intention to abandon it, in which case its operation shall cease at the end of 12 months. 12 again. All right. Yeah, what's 12 times 12? All right. So let me see. Hold on. What else? Oh, let me go back to I just want to show y'all the passage, the passages and the signals. See, we don't need a pass or a signal to travel on our land, but we did this because this is a document that allows us, or not, enables us to deal with them to maintain peace and tranquility. And what? Hold on. So here we are, Article 4. A signal or a pass, so a signal and a pass, these are the ijazas. Okay, a form of ijaza. So for example, the national ID would be a signal or a pass. But when we look at this, it should also be what? Let's read it. A signal or pass, so national ID is a pass, shall be given to all vessels belonging to both parties, by which they are to be known. Y'all see that? When they meet at sea. Admiralty law. The law of the sea brought on the land. So it's a bridge for us to be able to interact with them in a way to maintain peace. That's the only reason we have this pass. When they meet at sea, that means we should have what, y'all? A sea pass, which is a form of ijaza, and a land pass, which is implied, right? And if the commander of a ship of war of either party shall have other ships under his convoy, the declaration of the commander, that's not a request, a ask, it's a declaration of the commander shall alone be sufficient to exempt any of them from examination. So the past is simply a bridge. Okay? That we agreed to. Not that we have to, we just agreed to. So that we can maintain peace and tranquility with foreign hybrids.
Tắm thì được nhưng mà đừng đi vệ sinh thôi. Ok chứ, ok, không có gì đâu.
Okay, yeah.
Đúng rồi, thì bây giờ có con keo không? Có con keo thì để anh kêu dán cái nắp bồn cầu rồi luôn. Thanh nó đang gắn bồn cầu lại. Tại nãy anh kêu Thanh là anh tụt ra.
All right. And if you see Article 5, we should have what? A pass, national ID, form of Ijaza, land pass, sea pass, forms of Ijaza Restoration Project. So what else? So this is controversial, I guess. So since the treaty is a bridge that enables us to maintain tranquility, so we should have a pass, right, which is a form of Ijaza, in order to deal with them. On land pass, on sea pass, in order to deal with them in peace in their jurisdiction, right? So if we want to, this might be really controversial for some people, but this is my opinion, the way I understand this. If we want to deal with them, we can have a Ijaza that functions in the form of, let me try to be careful about how I say this. In their jurisdiction, they require a license. You all know where licenses have their origin. They have their origin here in Article 4. A passport has its origin in Article 4. These Ijazas. So when the hybrids started to gain power, they corrupted the use of these passes. And they converted a natural right into something you need to pay for, a license. That's the origin of it, according to my research. So we can have an Ijaza, the way I see this, in order to maintain peace and tranquility, it could be a dual functioning Ijaza. So in order for us to deal with them and maintain the peace, our Ijaza is dual functioning as a license. Not that we need a license, because we don't, right? But just as a bridge, so that we can maintain peace and tranquility in dealing with them. Okay, when we meet them at sea, when our jurisdiction comes together with their jurisdiction, without the pass, there's a conflict, right? But with the sea pass, because we agreed to it, peace and harmony is maintained. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And without that pass, and you enter into their jurisdiction, you have problems. Okay? Even though you can enforce the treaty and enforce the Constitution, in the short term, you have problems. But anyway, that's just the way I see it. And not that it even matters to anybody. I'm just sharing with y'all my views. Okay, based upon how I understand this document. Okay, so make your own decisions. Don't base what you do off of me. Research it yourself. Is there anything else I want to say? I'm starting to feel a little bit hypoglycemic, y'all. I haven't eaten today. I didn't realize I've been on here so long. 4 hours and 14 minutes. 4 hours and 14 minutes. 4 plus 1 plus 4, 9. It's a good time to stop at 9, right? Feminine energy. Assalamu alaikum, Islam to all the Moors. I'll see y'all on the next one.